Tell me your tale, tell me you're here. Maybe I'm real, maybe not. Don't forget my name this time. Tell me your tale, tell me you're here. Maybe I'm real, maybe not. Don't forget my name this Don't forget my name. Tell me your tale, tell me you're here. Maybe I'm real, maybe not. Don't forget my name this time. Tell me your tale, tell me you're here. Maybe I'm real, maybe not. Don't forget my name this Tell me your tale, tell me you're here. Maybe I'm real, maybe not. Don't forget my name this time. Tell me your tale, tell me Tell me your tale, tell me you're here. Maybe I'm real, maybe not. Don't forget my name this time. Tell me your tale, tell me you're here. Maybe I'm real, maybe not. Don't forget my name. This time.
Tac. Alors. Ce jeu. Putain, je l'attendais. Martha is dead. Beaucoup. Trop bien. Trop pressé de le connaître là. Allez hop. Indice oui, tata. Oh voilà, du coup il est qu'en anglais le jeu. Mais sous-titres français. Déjà voilà. Ok. C'est parti. Oui, oh, tu fais ça maintenant toi? Bon, ok, pas de problème. Histoire de matérialiser des personnages de fiction, le jeu contient des scènes où pouvons changer. Oui, voilà. Surtout qu'il a été censuré sur PlayStation 4. Alors, le jeu a commandé public et adulte. Ok. Donc, si vous avez 12 ans, non. Le jeu n'est pas recommandé aux personnes qui peuvent être troublées de. Ok, d'accord. Ok. Donc, faut pas regarder si vous êtes. Vous êtes sensible au sang, aux morts, aux cadavres, quoi. Voilà. Très bien. Ça, c'est chargement? Ok. Oula. Un peu un gros plan là, non? S'il vous plaît?
Ciao, I'm Julia. Julia Kay.
Okay.
I'm glad you are here. Nobody has visited me in ages. It's been years now. I must tell you my story, but I don't know where to begin.
Commence par où
There
tu
is
veux.
so much that
Il y a tant à dire.
I should start from my childhood, but my memories of these times are vague. I only remember the summer of 1929, when they sent me off to stay with my nanny.
Je suis sa nourrice carrément. Oh la gloquerie toi. Nouveau chapitre, la légende, été
Nanny,
1929.
Will you tell me the story of the White Lady?
No, little sparrow. Not tonight. A fog is coming, see?
Yes. I know that when it's foggy, the lady kills young women. But why is she so evil?
You see, Julia, pain and suffering
Julia?
can make us do evil things, even if we're not actually bad.
Just like soldiers have to kill other soldiers. I like the lady I've decided, Nanny. She must be in so much pain. The poor dear. She still scares me a little though. Soon I'll be a young
Julia, la
woman,
petite fille,
and
énorme.
she could kill me. Does she kill those who love her?
Of course not.
That makes me feel better because I love her. But what about Martha? Would she be in danger?
Your sister is with your mother, so do not worry. Do you miss them?
No. I mean, yes, I miss Martha a little, but I love spending time with you.
Now, go to sleep, little sparrow. It's getting late.
Okay, Nanny. I'll go to sleep and dream of the lady. Was she beautiful?
She was beautiful. Yes, very much so.
Then she'll be beautiful in my dreams. And will I be beautiful just like her?
You'll be even more beautiful.
Listen, Nanny. Since the lady won't harm me because I love her, and since you're not a young woman, could you tell me her story? Even if it's foggy outside. Please. Oh, please. Then I'll sleep. I promise.
Oh, all right. You always get your own way.
Oh, oh, oh. Ça se dit pas, petite coquine.
I loved Nanny and I loved that story. Every time I heard it, it sounded like a new and more mesmerizing tale. Every night I would ask her to tell me about it, even though it scared me. Even now I can remember every single day of that time and how happy I was.
According to an ancient legend, the lakes of the area are haunted by the spirit of a young woman who was killed by the man she loved.
Il a l'air énorme ce jeu, putain.
She was
Tu m'as fait peur, Willia.
much hope and desire.
Merci à toi pour le follow.
Not love was awaiting
beaucoup.
her.
Il m'a fait peur quand même. Prendre la parole, continuer à écouter. Bon, j'ai rien fait.
In despair, the man confessed he had killed her out of jealousy.
J'ai eu peur.
So he was hanged on the small island, in the middle of the very same lake where he had killed the girl.
Ok, super.
They searched everywhere, but the girl's body was never found. Since then, her spirit, known as the White Lady, has been imprisoned in the depths of the lake. She grieves eternally for the loss of the man she loved. When fog arises, the White Lady is known to leave the waters of the lake and
Ouais.
roam the woods.
Je viens juste de commencer le jeu là.
Her long lost love in vain.
Il est sorti aujourd'hui.
Within the fog of dawn, hunters have claimed to hear the wailing of a woman in the distance.
Vas-y, je prends la parole pour voir.
I'm a little scared of this story, even though I like the lady.
Should I stop reading, my little sparrow?
No, Nanny. Daddy always tells me that fear must be faced. Go ahead.
Okay, honey.
Ah ouais, tu l'as précommandé? Bah non, tu dois
Every
le
time the
recevoir
sad
normalement aujourd'hui.
memory of the night she perished stirs in her soul. She takes the life of a young woman by slaying such a life in its youth. Even just for an instant, the lady feels free from the burden of her pain.
Énorme.
Good night, Nanny.
Good night, my love.
Ah, tu fais des lives aussi, William?
I spent almost 3 years with the nanny, but when I came home, I quickly forgot how to be happy. My memories do not return until 15 years later, in 1944, when I stayed in that house. I enjoyed setting up cameras in the woods by the lake. My father created a device that attached to the cameras. It would make them take pictures at set intervals. I was trying to photograph animals, or whatever else was in that damned place.
Ah, ça comment? Voilà. Nouveau chapitre. Ah oui, est-ce que c'est un chapitre là, le lac? Ouais, comme moi.
Reel off the film
C'est une couse. Comme moi, je fais beaucoup de live sur des jeux d'horreur.
Open the camera. Remove the old roll of film.
Et on va travailler. Hein. Mettre une nouvelle.
Put the new film in. Close the camera.
Bon, c'est bien, tout expliqué.
Load the film.
Tu fais stresser. Comment ça, je fais stresser?
Activate the timer.
Oh, bah, sur la chaîne, on ne fait pas. Hein. Je fais pas mal de jeux d'horreur. Non, j'ai pas su tester up.
Now to bring the image into focus. There's something floating on the surface of the water. If I frame it better, I might be able to see what it is.
Oui. Oula, 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 qu'est-ce qui arrive? Oula, oula, oula. C'est un corps?
What? Is that a person? I must help them.
Mais il faut que je l'aide, non mais... What the fuck? Il va pas?
I was horrified at the idea that someone might have drowned in my lake,
J'étais horrifié à l'idée qu'une
The lake
personne
was my
ait pu se
world,
noyer dans mon lac.
where I would
Ce
spend
lac était
entire
mon monde.
days daydreaming.
C'était là que je passais mes journées
I would
entières.
lose myself in
à
my
re-
thoughts,
à
but
rêvasser.
that was a rude
Moi,
awakening.
qui aimais
So
me perdre dans
terrible.
mes pensées, c'était un dur retour à la réalité. Non mais... Il va pas y aller quand même. Super! Génial l'ambiance. Tu sais que... Tu sais que le jeu il a été censuré sur...
I instantly
PlayStation
noticed
4, hein.
that the person was wearing
Donc à mon
one
avis
of
ça va
my
être un jeu...
dresses. I was scared. I dragged that lifeless body as best as I could to the shore, trying not to drown myself. Only when I lifted her in my arms did I realize who she was. It was my sister,
le mot
my
très
twin, a
réconfortant.
part of me, dead. Impossible to comprehend. I was desperate. I didn't
Quoi?
know what to do.
C'était ma soeur,
or
ma
to think.
jumelle. Mon autre moitié morte. What the fuck? Waouh, c'est génial.
I
Bonne
have to
ambiance.
stay calm.
Ah oui. Au calme.
Martha is not dead.
Martha n'était pas morte.
It's not possible.
C'est pas possible. Bah si. Là, je pense qu'elle est
It's
bien
not
morte. Hein.
true.
Bon après.
There's no need to worry. Everything is fine. Everything will be fine. I have to stay calm. Martha is not dead.
Comment elle
Martha,
arrache ça?
February 26th, 1923.
Is everything okay?
Are you hurt?
Qui dit ça?
What are you doing?
Go, Eric, run!
My parents ran towards me. My mother hugged me. She, who detested me, was now cuddling me.
Putain, on voit pas avec mon... Merde. Voilà.
Her warmth filled me with life, and the pain became bearable. I felt protected. Martha, are you okay? She asked me, speaking slowly in order to let me read her lips. She thought I was deaf. She thought I was Martha. I didn't want the moment to fade, so I meekly nodded my head. I didn't realize I had done something that couldn't be undone.
Oh, elle s'est fait passer pour
I would
Martha.
have to
Non,
pretend
sérieuse?
to be Martha. Forever.
Oh. Sérieuse? C'est quoi ce délire là? Ah ouais, c'est pour ça qu'il s'appelle Martha is Dead en fait. Je comprends bien. Oh, Pinstrip, comment vas-tu? D'accord, ah bah les chapitres ils sont très très courts. Hein. Un jour après la mort de Martha. Yes. Ce signé.
O Lord who gives life to the dying, let your sacrifice of love be offered for Martha's soul. Into your hands I also entrust my spirit, so that I may be reunited with her in perpetual light, to never suffer the desolation of purgatory.
Putain, mais je
Please
le mets là,
grant
mais
her
c'est.
eternal rest, O Lord, and may it...
Oh putain, mais je te dis.
eternal light shine upon her.
Le jeu vient de sortir, Pinstrip.
Dearie, did you remember to light the candles in the hall? People will be here soon.
Mummy always finds something for everyone to do.
On trouve quelque chose à faire. Ok, ça commence maintenant. Ok.
Daddy's oboe. We were preparing a
Ah, alors
really
je me trompe.
nice duet
Je pense, oui.
together. On the rare occasions he's at home, that is. A telegraph box. I know how to use it. Daddy taught me. There's no reason to use the phone right now.
Ok. Alors, j'ai une grenade de briquet là. Une grenade de quoi tu vas tout exploser. C'est bien.
When you're done, can you come and get the flowers, please? Or send Martha if you like.
Never a moment's peace.
Jamais tranquille.
Even at a time
Ah bah ça
like
c'est les
this.
mères. Hein.
She can't sit still for a second.
Oui bah. S'occuper des fleurs. Bonsoir. Vous êtes très jolie madame. C'est faux bien évidemment. Alors,
Everything always has to be perfect with her.
je mets ça où? Ok, super la musique.
Parla Londra. Trasmettiamo
Ici
alcuni
Londra.
messaggi speciali. Felice non è felice. È cessata
Ok.
la pioggia.
La pluie est passée, tata.
Parla Londra. Abbiamo trasmesso
What's happening? Who closed the door?
Qui a fermé la porte? Mais non.
Erich, wake up. Do you think it's appropriate to sleep here, of all places?
What? Yes. I must have fallen asleep.
What are they talking about?
De quoi il parle?
You can't stay here forever. Why don't you go to bed?
No, no. I want to stay with my daughter.
Your daughter? Your daughter? You have another daughter, you know. The one who's still alive. Remember?
What are you talking about, Irena? Julia is dead. What kind of comment is that? How can you?
You should be thinking about Martha. Julia harmed Martha. You know that, right? And as if that were not enough, she has now also abandoned her.
It's the same old story. Everything is always Julia's fault, isn't it? Her fault for Martha being deaf, and for you being infertile. Do you think it's the right time for this? Julia is dead, Irene. Dead. Someone killed her. Do you realize that?
Of course I realise. I get it. Do you think I'm stupid? No one understands it better than me. She always brought problems. Only problems. It would have been better if she hadn't been born at all.
Wow!
crazy.
Putain, j'ai chopé.
I'm
Eh
the
oh!
crazy one?
J'ai les sous-titres là!
Me?
Ils sont malades! J'ai eu peur là, moi! Ils sont pas bien!
They have done this to get at me, yes. Your death is all my fault. All I could ever do for you was hurt you, Julia. My poor, sweet, crazy girl. What will I do without you? What will life be like now?
Putain, c'est trop bien sous-titré par contre.
All the time I didn't spend with you. But now I'm home. We can go fishing together. We can take pictures of butterflies. No. We can't do anything together anymore, can we? Nothing.
Super l'ambiance.
I
J'ai envie de chialer,
miss
quoi.
you,
J'ai envie de pleurer là. Je suis en train de me retenir.
I miss you.
Ouais, j'ai vu, ouais. Bah oui, j'ai fait la remarque tout à l'heure. C'est le même nom.
While American bombings continue to devastate the peaceful towns within the Elsa Valley, we have heard some tragic news from the area of La Ramola. The young daughter of German Army General Erich Kay was murdered near her home. What possible
Je pensais à
reason
toi,
could
d'ailleurs.
there have been behind such a cowardly act? This is what the Carabinieri, who immediately intervened, hope to find out.
Ok. Ils sont pas mal les
Mother
changements.
didn't seem to suffer from the situation. All she cared about was that my death was so painful for Martha. But not having me around anymore must have been a great relief to her. At the end of the day, it was better for everyone that it was me who died. And it was better for me too that people thought that. But the guilt began to consume me. That's when I started having horrible nightmares.
Putain, c'est passé pour Martha. J'ai. Martha A. Trouvé. Ok. Martha A. Perdu. Son. Ça va. Son âme. Je sais pas si ça joue dans le jeu final ça.
Martha has lost her soul. Martha has lost her soul.
What the fuck, c'est quoi? Oh.
Martha has lost her soul. Martha has lost her soul.
Il met mal à l'aise le jeu de ouf.
Martha has lost her soul. Martha has lost her soul.
Oh putain, je sais pas. Il faut voler. Ok. D'ailleurs, non, c'était l'identité, putain. Oh, ce jeu, mais... J'avais vu la démo avec Seros. Elle avait fait une démo, Seros. Oh, c'est quoi ce jeu, sérieux? C'est un peu glauque, hein. Merde, qu'est-ce que je fais? Putain. Oh, oh là là là. Mais c'est quoi ce délire? Mais qu'est-ce qu'on fait là? Mais quoi? Oh bah tu m'étonnes qu'il était censuré. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait là? Oh bah ça m'étonne pas qu'ils soient en train de jouer. Non, t'es sérieux? Oh! Ah! Mais c'est quoi ce délire? Ah ouais, ok. C'est parce qu'elle a volé son identité. Du coup, c'est passé pareil. Pas trop glauque la scène, hein. Faites dégueuler. Ah.
It was just a dream. A horrible dream.
Merde.
That horrendous woman and the face of my sister. I wish all of this was a dream and my sister is just sleeping in her bed.
Oh. Oula oula oula. Ça frise. À l'aide. Secours. Le jeu demande beaucoup trop de ressources. À l'aide. Putain. Comment je fais là? Putain, je peux rien faire là. Oh. C'est abusé. Oh. C'est quoi qui bug comme ça là? Attends, parce que là, je... Oh. Putain, c'est carrément le PC qui buguait, quoi. What the fuck? Ok.
It was just a dream. A horrible dream. That horrendous woman and the face of my sister. I wish all of this was a dream and my sister is just sleeping in her bed. Instead, her bed is empty and this is reality.
Mhm.
This is Martha and me at the festival of the patron saint. It was only a few months ago, and now...
Ok.
Martha had asked for a picture of me to put in this frame. She wanted me to do one of those expressions of mine that made her laugh. Expressions that she couldn't quite imitate. She used to say that those were the signs of my soul. Can a photo capture the soul? Can I capture Martha's soul?
La chambre.
Scary fairy tales. Everything seems to be scary lately. Yet everything here is so beautiful and bright.
The fuck?
Martha's clothes. To me, wearing them will be like having her with me. Mummy will also be happy to see them. Or I could wear my clothes in the other wardrobe.
Tu peux t'habiller comme tu veux. Si j'étais là ou quoi. Euh...
The elegant dress?
Ah non.
No, I'll never hear the end of it from Mother.
Bon, on peut choisir qu'une des tenues du coup. Wow! La vitesse!
This is Martha's trinket box. It could contain something that will help to figure out what happened. I always keep my trinket box locked.
Super. Voilà, tu peux l'ouvrir avec des...
Oh gosh, if
On va
Mummy
crocheter.
sees this picture, she'll throw it away for sure. It's me and Lapo. I want to see the butterfly collection that Daddy made for me.
On va allumer le papillon.
My dress. The one Martha wore when she was...
Eh ouais.
I'm already dressed.
Oh, je sais pas où.
Everything I need is always in my bag.
B pour ouvrir le sac. Vous avez ouvert le sac du... Vous pouvez y trouver ce... Ok. Je vais sur listé à gauche. Ok.
The key to my trinket box. This is not the right key.
Ah, c'est pas la bonne.
I must get her key if I want to know what's inside her trinket box.
C'est la sienne alors.
Here is my diary.
Ah, c'est mon journal intime. Putain, c'est traduit à 100%, c'est ouf.
July 12th, 1944. This is a new diary. We moved here today and I forgot my old one back at home. But that's okay. A new chapter in my life, a new diary. They say they brought us here for our own safety. Daddy, the war, and everything else. Nanny gave us her house and she went to look after the mansion. It's weird being back here after so many years. I remember Nanny telling me the fairy tale of the Lady of the Lake. It's one of the few happy memories I have from when I was little. Nanny isn't here and that's a shame, but Martha is here with me. I also get to see Lapo more often, which is wonderful. He's always hanging around here. Mum is thankfully too preoccupied with fixing up the house to worry about me. At least for now. July 16th, 1944. There's something creepy about the woods. Every time I'm at the lake,
J'ai ma cam là.
maybe it's the legend of the White Lady playing tricks on me. I get weird ideas. I think that there is this presence. Then I think I'm just being crazy. Anyway, crazy or not, I want to take some pictures. I'm not scared. In fact, I'd say I'm excited. I've made arrangements with Martha. She's coming to the lake with me tomorrow to set up 2 new cameras with timers, and we'll see what we can photograph. Not before a good swim, of course. To be honest, Martha doesn't like photography all that much, and recently she's gone off swimming too. But she does like spending time with me by teasing me. Then, when she gets bored, she disappears into her books, and I do my own thing. We feel right when we're together.
Ok.
Yes, Huey. I'll be right there. I'm just going upstairs to call Martha down for breakfast. Fine, but I'm not sure we should let her sleep all day. What do you think? What did you say? Okay, I won't wake her up. I'll just turn on her light. So when she wakes up, she'll know when to come down for breakfast.
They really think I'm Martha and I can't hear them. I need to be careful not to talk, or I will be in serious trouble.
Non, mais là, c'est une petite ennuis que tu vas avoir. C'est même plus des ennuis, ma chère.
How
C'est passé pour
wonderful the
Martha.
snow is. Unfortunately, it doesn't snow often around here.
Oula. Putain, mais on peut interagir sur tout, c'est ouf.
There's no shortage of paintings in our house. Mum is passionate about painting. Dad loves these prints of Florence. I find them a bit sad.
Mhm. Un peu triste. Il se sec un peu, ça va.
It's locked. Strange. Why did they lock my room?
Pourquoi ont-ils verrouillé ma chambre?
Martha's breakfast is ready. We can go.
Yes, yes. It's getting late.
Did you leave the newspaper for Martha? You know how much she likes reading it.
Yes, Irena. It's on the table, can't you see?
And that camera, are you leaving it there?
Yes, Irena. Can't you leave it there for a few more days? Do you mind? It was for Julia. I will take it away soon. I promise. The thought makes me so sad. Seeing it there is as if... I don't know how to explain it.
All right. But let's go now. We have too much to do. We can't stay here all day talking.
Mummy is right, though. Martha always read everything. It's me who will now read the newspaper instead. They'll be out all day. The funeral preparations will take them a long time. Everything is more complex with the war. Over the next few days, I will see little to nothing of them.
K. Alors. Le journal c'est fait. Martelly. Attends, c'est quoi les. Ah non. Ok. Ok, donc. Il est peut-être sur la table. Donc je dois trouver un journal. Déjà, pas photo déjà.
For Julia, to take more and more photos. Dad.
Mhm. C'est fait.
I can verify that the camera is still working by taking a photo. I could photograph a sparrow. There are so many of them out here.
Et ça, il n'y a pas photo.
There might
B.
be birds around the little wall in front of the house. I always put crumbs on it for them.
S'il vous plaît. Comment on fait pour utiliser les photos là? Non, attends. Comment on fait pour faire le sac déjà? S'il vous plaît. Ah bah ça, je sais plus comment on fait pour ouvrir le sac. C'est B, mais... Bah je sais plus. Ça y est, je suis paumé. Genre, on peut pas... On peut pas voir les touches, c'est quoi dire. Ok. Ah, c'est comme ça. Ah ouais, ok, pardon. J'avais une touche, moi. Ok. Oh, ouais, là, ça devient compliqué, là. C'est vrai, elle peut m'amuser à faire ça. Hein. Oh, c'est quoi? Il y a trop de trucs, là. Ok. C'est bon. C'est vraiment pour prendre une photo. Hein. Félicitations, vous avez pris une photo. Ouais, trop cool. J'ai pris ma première photo, trop bien. Allez hop. Journal.
Brutal assassination in San Casciano. Julia Kay, a young woman from a respectable family, brutally murdered near her home. Carabinieri investigates. A possible political motive emerges. Martha was not killed by politics or war. She was killed by something much closer and much less clear. I will find out the truth.
Oula.
Brutal assassination in San Casciano. Julia Kay, a young woman
Oh,
from
bah, on l'a lu, ça.
First improvements in food registration. Bread rations increased by 50 grams per day as of April 20th. A kilo more every month of soup ingredients. Reforms to the treatment of agricultural workers and an unexpected distribution of jam.
Ok.
Julia Kay. Distressed but supported by faith. Irenei the mother, Erich the father, and Martha the sister sadly announced Julia's passing. The funeral will take place in La Romola, Thursday, July 20th at 9:30 p.m., departing from the property of the deceased.
Ok. Très bien. Qu'est-ce que j'ai à faire? Le 4. Alors, la photo, c'est fait. Essayer. Bah, c'est fait, non? Prends une photo. Ah, dans le jardin. Ok. Le cadre. Ici, il n'y a pas photo. Je dois mettre une photo de moi dans le cadre. Dans ce cadre vide. Vide, pardon. Quel cadre?
I liked watching Nanny as she cooked. I always picked up loads of techniques.
Mhm. Oh, il y a trop de
War,
trucs.
always war, even in paintings. One of Daddy's many photos. Who knows who these other people are? We are so lucky. In these difficult times, pantries are empty and people are going hungry. But with a German general for a father, food is never scarce.
Oggi Bonsi. On the day of St. Alexis, the Battle rages in the city tormented by
Florence, July
Anglo-American
15th,
Our
1944.
Lady of Carmel,
General
the company
Erich
of the
K.
Balchian Regiment,
As per our
counterattacked
prior
yesterday,
agreement, we are
forcing the
sending you
French to
military
retreat
encrypted
to Piazza
communication
del
material.
Mercato.
The device
The
must remain
situation is
hidden and
currently under
secret.
control.
Hail. Feld Mascherallo, Carl H.
C'est quoi le nom là? Il s'appelle Hey, je vais pas dire le nom après, mais c'est bizarre. Hein, c'est sérieux.
What the hell? For a moment I thought I saw. No, that's not possible. It must be this whole situation making me see things that don't exist.
Calme-toi quand même.
I don't need that right now.
Il n'y a pas besoin de ça maintenant. On parlait d'un cadre là. Le cadre. Alors. Le vélo peut être utilisé pour des déplacements rapides, ok. Je prends une photo là. Une photo d'un moineau. Ah. Alors attends. B. Oula, 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 oula. Vous êtes sur le point de prendre une photo avec quel élément important de l'histoire n'a pas été correctement cadré. Il se peut que l'histoire ne progresse pas. Oh. Sérieux? Non, attends. Ferme ça. Je vais pas non plus me mettre à côté quoi. Trop éloigné. Fous de ma gueule. Ok. En fait, je suis trop éloigné quoi. Putain. Et là, c'est bon. T'es pas en train de te foutre de ma gueule, toi? Flou, c'est what the fuck. Voilà. C'est bon, tout est bon.
Excellent. I've taken the picture. Now it's straight to the dark room in the cellar.
Direction la chambre noire. Ah ouais.
Daddy
Des
recently
gameplay.
became a general in the German army.
La bande
He
annonce
used to
sur ça.
take pictures on the front lines, but now he gives me the materials to take photographs instead. Now that Martha is gone, only this camera can fix my ideas and my memories. I can't allow myself to forget.
What the fuck, tu sens au secours? Allez.
Our wine. Daddy is so proud of it.
Oh bah il est tellement fier qu'il en fait tomber par terre. Énorme. La chambre noire. Évidemment, elle est pas noire.
Daddy set up his
Énorme.
dark room here.
Question
He
smart.
doesn't take photos anymore because of his work, but photography is still his true passion. I'm allowed to use the dark room when I want to.
Lol.
There are 3 baths when developing photos. The development bath, then the first rinse, and then the
Rinçage et
fixing
enfin,
bath.
ok.
The second rinse is done
Le
directly
bon
in the same
développement, rinçage et
cartridge.
enfin le bon. Ok. Alors, c'est la composée photo, non? Pas du tout. Ça, c'est les pellicules, non? Oh là là, c'est trop bien! Oh putain. Pour développer une photo, vous devez d'abord utiliser l'agrandisseur. L'agrandisseur est un instrument optique qui permet de traiter le... Ok. Après avoir pris une photo, la pellicule doit être développée en plusieurs étapes. Cet aspect était omis. La pellicule est d'abord... Putain, la musique. Choisissez l'image que vous souhaitez imprimer sur papier. La présentation à gauche vous aidera à choisir. Bien entendu, vous verrez. Ok. Bah celle-ci quoi. Celle-ci je m'en fous quoi. Celle-ci. Oh y'a ton truc. Quand les trois cercles sont alignés, la photo est nette. Ok.
I can't develop the photo
Non,
like
non, non,
this.
non, non, non. Alors attends. Déjà ça. Comment on fait? Ah oui, ok. Attends. C'était juste avec 2 points. Ouais, bah c'est bon là? Mal... Quoi?
I can't develop the photo like this.
Mais il se fout de ma gueule en fait. Ah! Bien comme ça? J'ai rien fait. Bizarre lui. C'est bien. Ça va faire de belles photos. J'ai pris une photo d'un moineau, c'est bien. Imprimer papier, ok. La zone verte, ok. Je fais comment pour arrêter? Ok. J'ai fait n'importe quoi. Gros papier. Oh, c'était trop chaud. Oh, c'était trop dur. Elle est pas trop belle la photo là?
Not a bad photograph.
Trop belle. Incroyable.
It seems that the
Ce n'est
camera
pas une vieille
works
photo, on
perfectly.
dirait... Oh.
Now I can take a self-timed photo for Martha's frame.
On s'en fout de toi. Mettre dans la... Même dans l'album. Ok. Oh là. Je vais tout tomber. À l'aide. Et bah c'est fait. Tout est bon. J'ai fait tous les objectifs. Oh pourquoi c'est fermé? Quand l'aurore va arriver, je vais rien comprendre. Qu'est-ce qui se passe par là? Les outils, il va dire, ah bah les
These
outils, ça-
workbenches fascinate me. I would love to learn carpentry. This is where Nanny's husband made my dolls.
14.
The puppets I used to play with were made here. I never knew that when I was a child. They always told me that a fairy brought them. I didn't really
Brought them.
believe them, but it was nice to think that.
Calme-toi quand même. Je peux pas sortir par là, ok. Ah il se passe quoi là? Ah c'est là pour prendre la photo non? Non mais la meuf elle se prend en photo au calme et tout, non mais tu connais pas le selfie ou quoi? En même temps on est en 1969.
Camera is set up with the self-timer.
Ok, on peut s'asseoir. Allez hop. C'est pas trop près, c'est bien. Putain, incroyable, à l'époque c'était trop bien. Bah sourire. C'est vrai que t'as souri, hein. Tu ressembles à quoi en fait, toi là? On peut voir ou pas? Ok. Ensuite, le cadre. Je dois mettre une photo de moi dans ce cadre vide. Je disais toujours à Martha que mon prime, j'avais fait. J'aurais beaucoup aimé ça. Alors, un trépied serait utile pour y fixer l'appareil. Je ne peux pas tenir à la main. Et c'est bon, c'est fait. Je vais peut-être les développer, non? Je vais la faire développer. Je sais pas si c'est ça,
It's
mais...
always a thrill to develop a photo. You can't see anything at first, yet something invisible is captured on the black film. A kind of ghost. That invisible breath then returns to reveal the reality from which it was torn. There are those who say that photography steals the soul or captures it. That's why they used to photograph the dead. But nowadays, almost nobody does it anymore. Even if it's just a delusion, I want to photograph Martha.
Ah oui, c'est vrai, c'est en
I
mode
want
comme
to
ça.
have a small reflection of who she was with me. But I have to do it secretly or they'll think I'm crazy.
Alors. Putain la vache. Ah, chat. Fuck. Pardon. Alors. Bon, ok. Nickel, comme ça là. C'est bon. Je suis fini un pro, moi. Fou dans la flotte. Ah oui, c'est vrai. Trop belle. Elle est plus belle que sa sœur, hein.
Yes, this is me. No one was ever able to tell us apart. But I never had the slightest doubt, and nor did Martha. It's strange how what identifies us most deeply is not visible to anyone.
Ça y est. Je suis pas resté bloqué dans le jeu, hein. Putain, j'ai bien avancé, hein. Pour une fois. Je vais dire ça et dans 2 minutes je vais le bloquer. Je me connais.
I was obsessively thinking about Martha and what had happened. But suddenly, a thought took control. The memory of that day at the lake was becoming more and more like a dream when, after awakening, the image becomes more and more faded. Could it be that the memories were a figment of the mind? Had I been the one that hurt my sister? I had always envied her, and now I had taken her identity. I experienced a suffocating pattern of thoughts. I decided to go straight to the lake to retrieve the film rolls. They would tell a different story, I was
S'attarder
sure.
au lac pour
But
récupérer
deep
les...
down, I kept hoping they would confirm my fading memory.
Ok. On va aller au lac.
Of course the door is locked. The keys aren't hanging on the lock as usual, then they will be in Daddy's study. We live in fear now. My parents are not going to let me go to the lake anymore after Martha's death. So
Ah ouais.
this is the right time. I need to know. The self-doubt I feel is eating me up.
Les pellicules nouveau chapitre. Non mais là par contre on est dans le noir là. Non. Attends, je suis où là? T'étais là, hein? Quoi? Tu prends une photo d'elle? Complètement taré. Tu veux prendre une
It's
photo
dark and I can't turn on the
Il fait
lights.
sombre
It's dangerous. I'll need a
et je ne
flash
peux
for
pas
the
allumer les
camera.
lumières, c'est
I
dangereux.
can look
je
for it
peux-
amongst Daddy's things in the room below his bedroom.
Quoi? Elle a dit il faut fouiller. Ah oui. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Calme-toi. Nouvelle apparence déverrouillée. Ah, je peux appeler. Je peux pas prendre une photo parce qu'il fait trop noir. Nanana. Attends, c'est où déjà pour monter là? Ok. Bien noir. Hein. Je pas vu là. Si. Oh, des clés. Dis-moi à quoi ça sert.
Here's the camera flash.
Ah, voici
Now
flash,
I can
yes.
photograph Martha even in the dark.
Putain, je bloque pas, hein, c'est bien. Hein. J'avance avant, je pense. What, c'est quoi ça? Ah, c'est des lumières.
Daddy's stuff. War maps. I've heard everything will play out on this new defensive line.
C'est quoi que tu as ramassé? Un flash. Flash McQueen. Un flash pour l'appareil photo. Pour prendre dans le noir et tout. Calme. Dans le noir et tout. Alors, Oh. Ça grince là. Ok. Je savais pas qui dormait là. Les parents sont là. Allez, allez hop. Chut, 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 chut. Briquet. Je peux briquet? Allô? Ah ouais, elle a éteint le briquet. Parce que, ah ouais, c'est génial. Putain, je pensais pas que les parents étaient là. Oh, j'ai trop peur. Ça se voit, non? Ouais, l'appareil photo peut être utilisé. Mais c'est bon, je sais maintenant. Ok, on va prendre une photo. C'est bien glauque. Hein. Super, je prends une photo de ma soeur morte. Allez, la joie dans le bonheur. C'est comme ça qu'on vit dans la joie. J'adore prendre une photo de mort, moi. Utilise l'appareil photo. Comment on fait pour utiliser Flash? On voit bien, comme ça, c'est nickel. Parfait, j'ai bien cadré. Au moins, c'est bien cadré. Hein. Alors, attends. La même photo. Oh pff. La joie. Le sujet est bien cadré, là. Tu fais de ma gueule ou quoi? Ok. C'est génial, hein? Voilà.
Done. It would be nice to have you
Et
always
voilà.
by my side, even if it's just a picture.
C'est bon, j'ai les photos de ma soeur morte. Comment Attends, est-ce que je peux sortir là ou pas? Attends, c'est quoi l'objectif là? Oh, tellement de trucs à faire. Ouais, je dois aller au lac. L'âme sur la photo. Trouver le flash. Développer la photo. Faut que je développe la photo là? La porte d'entrée. Trouver la clé. Je déjà. Bah, tu sais quoi, on va faire développer la photo déjà. Comme ça sera fait. Il y a plein de trucs à droite là. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
A lens and a roll of infrared film. They can photograph what the naked eye cannot see.
Ok. Pareil? Ok. Pareil apparemment. Allez hop. Si tu pouvais plus vite, ce serait pas mal. Je prends une photo de ma soeur morte. J'adore. Je vais la faire développer et tout. Mais putain, mais c'est quoi ce jeu? Il se m'étonne qu'il soit... Oh! J'ai plus rien à faire. Je t'ai envie d'un boss quoi.
A photograph is both the present and the past, like a dead body. I
Oui,
don't
bah
know
c'est
what
bon.
I'm expecting. Maybe it's silly to think you can capture
Petit
the
idiot de
soul of
penser.
someone who has died.
Moi, je vais le faire encadrer, je vais le mettre dans le cadre et tout. Je vais voir ma soeur morte tous les jours. Je vais me lever le matin, je vais. Ah, ça, elle est morte. Ah ouais, ah ouais, je m'en rappelais plus. Hein. Oh
My
là
face can
là.
no longer tell me if what happened was my fault. I should have known that already. All I can do is head to the lake and get those rolls.
Allez hop. Comme ça, on la saute toujours sur nous. Tellement glauque. Tellement glauque quoi. Allô? Je vois pas. Là. Putain. Oui. K. Porte d'entrée. Oui, mais j'ai trouvé la clé. Maintenant, il faut que j'aille à la porte d'entrée. Et alors, la porte d'entrée, elle est où? Alors, ça, c'est pas la porte d'entrée, c'est la porte de garage. C'est quoi ça? Merde, non, ah oui, je peux le prendre ou pas?
A tripod is necessary to
Trépied
take
nécessaire pour
photos
prendre des
with long
photos avec.
exposures.
Ah ouais, tu le prends carrément avec toi? Ah, c'est bien pour se battre.
I have found what I need to take infrared photos.
Attends. Attends, s'il te plaît. Y a pas une touche spéciale là pour le briquet? Oh là! Oh là, tu vas pas prendre ça quand même.
These could be of use to me.
Il pouvait s'avérer utile. Bah. Je sais pas si le jeu. S'il y a
Mummy's
plusieurs
sewing
fins.
machine. She learnt how to sew because nobody else could do it to her liking.
Parce que là, évidemment, je prends des trucs qui peuvent me servir pour plus tard. Alors, je sais pas si c'est pour me défendre et tout, mais. S'il y a plusieurs fins, c'est ouf, ça se trouve bien. Alors, la porte d'entrée, normalement, elle est par là. Pas du tout. Ah là. Plus de bruit. Fais plus de bruit. Enfin, ferme la porte, non? Ferme pas la porte. T'en bats les steaks. Ah, ça c'est ma lampe. Waouh, ça c'est de la lampe, hein. Ah, enfin un jeu où
Dangerous using a gas lamp
un jeu où il y a de
indoors. I could set
l'éclairage.
something on fire. I should put the lamp down before entering the house.
Ah, c'est pour la poser et tout. Oh. D'accord. Non, je vais la prendre. Voilà, c'est bon. Alors. K. Et ben c'est fait. Se rendre au lac. Le lac est... Et je fais comment pour me déplacer? Moi je vais pas aller de là à là quand même. S'il vous plaît. Elle m'a dit qu'on pouvait se déplacer avec un vélo tout à l'heure. Je prends le vélo ou pas? Super. Bah c'est super quoi. Ah mais là je me file au même endroit là. On peut pas buter un point là? Oh, si je dois regarder tout le temps la map, ça va être super. Hein. C'est par là. Ouais, c'est par là. C'est trop bizarre parce que là, je trouve ça beaucoup trop facile en fait. Ok, bon, faut toujours aller tout droit quoi. Ok, ça sauvegarde. Voilà, ça y est, ça commence. Il y a la musique qui
I love
s'enclenche.
the night, but this night scares me. In the dark, I can feel all the harm I've caused. It's getting closer with each step.
Petite
I
save,
feel it
musique
rushing
ambiance.
up against me like a cold wind. I hurt Martha. The
Non,
closer
c'est
I
vrai.
get to the lake, the more certain I
Oh!
am. The love that everyone felt for her but didn't feel for me.
Pardon.
How could I have done such?
Non mais... Tu vas pas t'arrêter toutes les 30 secondes pour une photo, frère. J'adore prendre une photo des morts et des casques. Des casques, pardon. S'il vous plaît, les bruits bizarres là. Allô? Allô? Putain, il y a des bruits bizarres. Attends, arrête. Est-ce que je peux prendre une photo tranquille ou pas du tout? S'il vous plaît. Je vais activer le flash, hein. Direct là. Allez le fou là. On y va là. Voilà, c'est net. Allez, on prend une photo.
German soldiers. Daddy ordered patrols to be carried out near the house, but how could they have lost a helmet? God only knows.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ok. Au secours, j'ai peur. On peut pas avoir une petite save là? Est-ce que c'est le bon chemin déjà? Parce que... Ouais. Là, ok. Au fond, normalement, ça fait un gros virage. J'entends des bruits bizarres.
Oh no! Damn lamp!
Non,
Luckily,
pas
I still have my
maintenant!
letter with me.
Oh, hé! Madame! S'il vous plaît! Help me! Help me, my friend! C'est Maros en fait qui fait des blagues.
The
Ok.
cameras are somewhere around here.
L'appareil photo se retrouve quelque part. Qu'est-ce qui... Oh.
Two cameras left.
Encore deux appareils. Ok. Ta. Est-ce que je peux descendre? Est-ce que je peux descendre carrément ou pas? Ou je vais me péter une jambe? Je vais me péter une jambe. Elle veut pas. Non, mais il y en a là. C'est quoi les lumières là-bas là? Il va se passer une dinguerie tout à l'heure. Pourquoi je le sens?
One more camera to
Elle va
go.
m'attacher, elle va m'attraper sur les pieds là. Oh, je sens une connerie. Elle va faire vendredi 13. John
A
Louise.
shred of fabric here in the woods. How strange.
On va sortir
Let's
du
take a
lac.
photo of it and leave it where it is. That's it. I've got them all. These films are going to help me understand what happened. Now I should rush home to develop them.
C'est devenu une obsession de prendre des photos de tout. Hein. T'as là, va me demander, ouais, pour une photo de ta tâche. Ah, ça bug quand je suis là-dessus, là. C'est trop flou.
How could it have ended up here? It looks familiar.
Putain, j'avance trop bien, je suis surpris de moi-même. Y a du brouillard avant, on voyait mieux de lumière là. Ouais, il va se passer une dinguerie. Je m'en doutais. Je vais aller dans la flotte. Betty, c'est quoi? Développer les pellicules. J'ai laissé mes vieux appareils, ok. Du coup, je dois remonter chez moi. C'est beaucoup trop facile. Je vais me prendre un jumpscare. Je vais me bouffer un vieux jumpscare de merde. Ouais, ça marche derrière moi. Eh, t'aurais pas la vidéo, ça serait bizarre. Hein. Ah, c'est à moi de gérer là. Oh non, secours, à l'aide. Oh putain, j'ai poté une clique. Non, putain de merde. Où ça? Là, non. Je m'enfonce dans la mort. Je suis pas venu par là tout à l'heure. Bon bah au revoir hein. Bisous bisous hein. Je suis où là? Bon. Oh. Je suis dans la mort. C'est ça l'enfer en fait? C'est donc ça l'enfer. Je suis un M12 là. Qu'est-ce qui se passe là? J'ai une petite. J'ai pas à faire. Putain. Oh, en fait, je comprends à 100% pourquoi il a été censuré. Hein. Je vais crever quoi. jeu est incroyable. Ouah, incroyable. De ouf. Claque, hein. Alors, je sais pas s'il y avait plusieurs chemins. Parce que c'est moi qui choisis les chemins, mais celui-là, il était pas mal, hein. Encore un cauchemar.
Oh, yet another nightmare.
Attends, il s'est pissé dessus ou quoi?
She entered my dreams once more. Maybe she wants to talk to me. What am I saying? Fairy tales coming true. Yet I feel... No, these are the thoughts of a crazy person, and I'm not crazy.
Oh putain, d'accord. C'était sûr, il y avait quelque chose. Eh oui, il y avait quelque chose. Qu'est-ce qui se passe là?
Damn it, what's all this blood? I'm not due yet, and there's a lot more than usual. What's happening to me? Am I going to be joining Martha sooner than I thought? I have to wash up and do what needs to be done. If I'm sick, I have little time. The truth awaits me. It must
Non,
be
mais-
hidden within those rolls.
Non mais la meuf, elle pense qu'à ses trucs, hein. À ses pellicules. Hein. Par contre, pourquoi la qualité est dégueulasse comme ça là? C'est qui écoute la musique comme ça là?
General Edict K. New rules on curfew and women's behavior. German command of S. Vincenzo Attori. Telephone number 1185.
C'est dommage qu'il soit mal optimisé le jeu. Il serait trop beau.
25 ISO film. When the sun is high in the sky, it's perfect.
Perfect. Il a commencé. Ok, je vais pas regarder ce que j'ai vu. C'est dégueulasse.
Well, if I think I can go out in this state, maybe I am actually going crazy.
Comment on fait pour sortir là? Ah, elle doit prendre sa douche, c'est vrai. On va pas l'avoir toute nue quand même. Prends ta douche, hein? Attends, mais elle se lave de... Elle se lave dans un bidet? Ah oui, c'est vrai, c'est ouais, en 1929, c'est vrai.
That's better. But I still don't understand all of that blood. That's never happened to me before.
C'est la première fois que ça
But I'm
m'arrive.
not going
Bah,
to
écoute,
tell my doctor. Otherwise,
bientôt.
he'll make me stay in bed and rest.
allez, habille-toi. On peut mettre un pyjama, hein. Pas mal ça. C'est de l'époque là. Préparez pour la journée.
It's very rude, but I could pick up the phone and listen to their conversation.
Vas-y, j'écoute. C'est impoli, mais j'écoute.
How are you doing today, Rennie?
I'm worried, Father. Very worried. We found more partisan tracks in the woods, right next to the house. That Lapo, I suspect he may be involved in the death of...
No, please don't say that. It's not possible. I know the boy and I don't...
Father, anything is possible in these dark times. Anything. That boy didn't even come to say goodbye to Julia. Didn't they love each other dearly?
He must be terribly scared, and Julia always used to say that.
Yeah, sure, she used to say they were just friends, but you know too, right? Friends are not supposed to do such things, Father. Or are they? But anyway, you're defending them both. You, my husband, and even the nanny who, deep down, is a good woman.
The nanny. I believe the nanny is the one who hurt Julia. With her evil passion for those cards, they are cursed things. I hope you made them disappear.
Of course, I keep them safe in my room. Anyway, you must forgive me, Father. I have to go. They've come to pick me up. Have a good day.
You too.
Dans sa
Lapo's
chambre.
involved in Martha's death. My mother is losing her mind again. How could anyone even imagine such nonsense? And Don Attilio, he is a great friend, but what a weird view. Those cards are just a game, but most importantly, they're mine. Why on earth did they take them from me?
Carte de tarot. Elles sont dans la chambre. Je pourrais commencer à chercher dans la chambre de mes parents. Ah oui, c'est vrai, on a où ils dormaient hier, enfin tout à l'heure. Là,
Following the dramatic news from the country,
là normalement.
Archbishop
Bonsoir. Ah, ils dorment plus là. C'est... Putain, mais j'avance trop bien, c'est ouf.
by invading new ordinance for the
Oui.
safety of citizens. From this moment on,
Dear Mother, this is hard, but I have something to tell you. I found out that Julia is pregnant. Go to the lake tomorrow morning at 7 and watch her as she bathes. You'll see that her tummy is growing. Martha. What? I'm not pregnant. Why is everything becoming even more confusing? I'm searching for an explanation, but instead I'm left with more questions.
to shoot at people who are on the street or
Une note étrange.
out of their window.
Étrange.
I shall repeat for
Bon.
clarity. New ordinance for the safety of citizens. From this moment on, it is
Carte de tarot. C'est ça des cartes de tarot?
to leave their home.
C'est un jeu de cartes. Ça.
Here are my cards. Nanny and I always used to play with them. She would predict my future, and I pretended to predict hers. The future was always good for everyone. Maybe when she read them, she saw my true future, which she hid from me. Or more likely, these cards are actually just a stupid game to reassure and deceive oneself with. But deceiving oneself is sometimes necessary. How can we live happily otherwise?
Ouais, d'accord, ouais. Non, mais attends, il faut pas jouer avec ça. Hein. Ça peut être dangereux. C'est comme un de Ouija. Hein.
Romola, 15th of July 1944. Dear Mrs. Irene, I'm writing to let you know that all is well here at the villa. Thank you for being so considerate and caring. I apologize for the simplicity of the housing you were forced to live in. I also locked the room where the little one used to stay as requested. I've left you the key. It is the one with the pink keyring. Try to stay safe. Best regards, Nanny. Why on earth did Mummy have that door locked? It was my room. What is she trying to hide?
Oh, on va savoir ce qui se passe dans sa chambre.
Mummy's medicine. Will they do her any good?
Oula, ça grince. Ah oui, bah faut pas que je vienne là quand il dorme. Hein. Ça c'est
This
une.
is Mummy's jewellery. She wears them every day. Even though Daddy says it's impractical and
c'est bon à savoir.
dangerous to show signs of wealth these days.
Putain, il y a un
As
fil.
usual, she doesn't want to listen to reason and ends up arguing with Daddy until he goes to play war, as she says. There are more and more weapons around, and everyone is scared after what happened.
Oh putain, ça grince de ouf. Faut pas que je vienne là quand il dorme. Parce que là, je suis dans rien. Alors, elle m'a dit de trouver les clés. Oh, il y a trop de trucs. Alors, trouver les clés. Dans sa lettre, ma nourrice ne dit pas où elle a laissé les clés. Elles étaient attachées à un porte-clés rose. Ok. Lire le journal daté de... Bon, tu veux que je trouve où cette date là, ce journal. Alors, attends. Je peux sortir ou pas? Un porte-clés rose. Ah, c'est fermé. Bien évidemment. Ah, c'est peut-être ça la note.
The superior commander of the German
Hola.
Federal Armed Forces announces 1. Whoever is in possession of weapons or explosives not reported to the German headquarters will be shot. 2. Whoever harbors bandits and or protects them and provides them with clothing and or weapons will be shot. 3. Whoever is aware of the existence of any rebel groups or even lone rebels without reporting them will be shot.
Eh ben, ayant. Super l'ambiance.
Italian workers in Germany. The following rules are in place for workers who voluntarily work in Germany. A commitment of a maximum period of 1 year before returning to Italy. War rages on the Eastern Front. An attack launched by the Soviets after hours of cannonade. The fight on this front has been going on for a long time. Fighting in Normandy. Victorious Germanic counterattack on the road from Perriers to Carentan. Pon Heber reconquered north of Sanlo. Many US losses caused by the flying bomb action.
Ok, j'ai tout lu. Normalement, ça doit être bon. Journal, ouais, c'est bon, c'est lu. Il me reste... ça c'est fait, ça c'est fait, ça c'est fait. Trouver la clé. Donc la clé sur le porte-clés rose. Oula. Porte-clés rose. Comment j'ai trouvé ça, toi?
Old photographs that father took of this house.
Alors, un porte-clés rose. Du. Ok. Et la porte-clés? Pas du tout. Il n'y a pas de porte-clés. Hein.
Daddy's canes. They are so beautiful, but I can't say why, but they have always scared me.
Tête de chien, quoi. Bon, Attends, j'ai regardé là-haut, c'est ça qui est bizarre. Ah ouais, je sais pas dans cette pièce. Donc déjà là, il y avait un
The
porte-clés.
keys to my old room are not here.
Ah ouais.
Where are they?
Putain. Porte-clés rose, s'il vous plaît. Oula. Ah, c'est quoi ça?
It's July 19th.
Ah oui, oui. Bon. Ça y est, je bloquais sur un truc de merde. Génial. Trop cool, quoi. C'est là je vais te bloquer pour des clés, quoi. Ah, ok. Dans sa lettre, ma nourrice ne dit pas où sont mes clés. Elle est attachée à un porte-clés rose. Elle ne se trouve pas sur le porte-clés mural. Quelqu'un les a prises. C'est toi qui les as peut-être, non? Ça se trouve, elle est la clé, tu sais. Divination. Oula. Oula, t'es sûr de jouer à ça? Oh là 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 là. Dans quoi je me lance là? Oh, mais dans quoi je me lance?
The solution is still far away. I must be patient and wise. But luck is not on my side, unfortunately.
Ok. Ouais, j'espère que c'est une divination. Hein.
As a child, when I spent those short years with the nanny, this was my room.
Eh ben, je ne sais pas où sont les clés. Hein. Je suis désolé, mais... Quelqu'un a pris les clés? Au secours! Ah, je prends le vélo.
My bike. The wheel is deflated as usual. A bicycle pump will solve this.
Le vélo! Le vélo! Bon bah écoute. Mon vélo parfait pour visiter les alentours. Mais pas qu'un pneu plat. Oui, évidemment. Excellent, oui. Non, je vais pas passer là. Un pneu. Faut trouver une pompe alors. On va pomper fort. Mets de l'eau dans ton pneu, tu vois, ça va aller bien. Et quoi là-bas là? Évidemment, je peux pas y aller. Mais je peux pas rentrer dans la pièce. Oh là. Bien visible. Ta 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 ta. Y'a pas une pompe par là là?
This is the center of our farm, but since we moved here, it hasn't worked like it used to. Security matters, Daddy says.
Mais qu'est-ce que tu veux prendre une photo d'un balai? C'est un balai, non? Parce que c'est. Prends une photo d'un balai, frère. Trop sombre. Oula. Un peu trop fort là. C'est ça supplémentaire. Oh! J'ai pas besoin de ça? Ah si. Trop flou. Trop près, non mais. Fous de ma gueule toi en fait. Hein. Mais c'était bien là! C'est bon! Ça aurait été sympa quelqu'un qui apparaît sur l'image. Genre en mode screamer, tu vois. Oh, ça aurait été vraiment trop flippant.
Lorenzini haberdashery. 5 meters of grey cotton fabric. 6 meters of white linen fabric. 4 meters of green satin. Delivered on June 5th, 1944. In the event of an issue, contact us on the number 6987. And this red fabric? It's not been mentioned. Could this also be one of Mummy's, or could the nanny have left it here?
Bon. Trouver une pompe. Mais oui, mais. C'est marrant, toi. Pas de pompe. On n'a pas trouvé dans la salle de bain la pompe, hein, évidemment. Là, c'est un endroit parfait, non? Moi, personnellement, je rangerais ça là. Hein. Dans la cuisine, peut-être la pompe. Ok, bon. Ils sont trop forts. Bon. Toujours pas de pompe à les parages. C'est quoi ça?
When I was little, these barrels seemed enormous. I thought I could live inside one.
Bon. Ils ont des vaches et tout, normal.
I was afraid of animals when I was little. I never approached them alone.
Pourquoi il y a un générateur là? Bon. À l'aide quoi. Toujours pas de générateur, enfin de pompe dans les parages. Pop, 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 pop. Mhm.
The radio needs to be kept on at all times these days. It can save your life knowing things on time, especially before they happen.
Bon. Vraiment sympa. Putain. Bon, bah je trouve pas de pompe. Incroyable ça quand même. Hmm. Bon, ça va dans les parages, ça doit pas être à 50 000 ans. 50 000 km. Putain, mais c'est fou ça. Bon. Pam, 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 pam. Oh, mais là, ça devient relou, sérieux. J'ai fait toutes les pièces. Puis surtout, les objectifs sont assez bien. Assez voyants quand même. Genre là, on voit ce qui c'est un truc à faire. On voit quand même. À ramasser, à activer, à faire agir, on voit. Alors là, on voit le téléphone. Pas aveugle, moi.
Here's the bicycle pump.
J'ai envie de crever. Ah, en plus, c'est à moi de pomper. J'adore pomper. C'est un peu ma passion, quoi. Putain, tu pompes pas, tu pompes pas beaucoup, hein. Quoi, c'est à moi de faire du vélo là? Oh là, oh là! What the fuck, sérieux? C'est GTA, hein? C'est GTA 6 là, hein? Attends, là, je vais braquer une vieille. J'étais assis, c'est calme. Oui. Oh là là, c'est quoi ces bugs là? Ah oui, c'est vrai, je dois développer les photos, moi. Putain, c'est vrai, je devais développer les photos depuis longtemps. C'est ça qu'il y a à faire. Les photos du lac. Putain. Moi, je me promène, moi. Si je me prends un mur, ça fait quoi? Je meurs, non? Je peux rentrer avec les vélos, quoi. Ah, ça rentre pas. T'es incroyable le vélo, là. Non. C'est par là. Incroyable le vélo, là. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Mais il y a... Hein? Magnétophone, pourquoi?
Orange filter. When there is fog, it improves the image by giving it some contrast. Blue filter. Ideal for indoor photos. With this lens, everything gets bigger. This lens increases the framed area. It allows me to fit more into the image. With this lens, I can shoot very close up. Red filter for super high contrast photos.
Ok. Ça, c'est bon. Ça, c'est fait. Donc, de base, je devais faire ça depuis longtemps, les
I
photos du
have
lac,
to
là.
be careful and keep
Je
the volume
complètement
down as I
zappé.
listen. I must go unnoticed. I am
Je
meant
vais
to
faire
be deaf
attention.
after all.
Ready? Julia? You ready?
Sure, Daddy. I'm good to start.
I've already started recording.
Oh, no, my voice will sound awful.
No way, come on. Didn't you want to study singing anyway?
No, I was young and stupid when I said that.
Okay. Ready?
Go.
Oh, how nice. It's the rehearsal for last
Notre
week's
streamer
concert.
activé. Ah, c'est
I
pas
never
mal
heard
ça,
the
ça évite les
recording.
copyrights.
But I was right. My voice is awful.
C'est énorme.
Cannot be called singing. Anyway, it's time I develop these film roles. I can't wait any longer. I wish I could just stop time.
C'est excellent. Du coup, il n'y a pas de musique, quoi. C'est du Rihanna, quoi. En 1929. Ok. Magnétophone, c'est fait. Putain, j'ai de la salade, là. Alors, ça c'est fait, ça c'est fait, ça c'est fait. Le vélo, trouver une pompe, c'est fait. Ça c'est fait. Développer les photos. Développer la photo. Ok. Pourquoi la photo? Il se passe quoi avec la photo? Quoi? Bon. Ok.
These images could change everything. I cannot bear the fact that I may have hurt Martha. I would rather die. Damn my
Qu'est-ce
head
qui se
and these
passe?
memory lapses. It's such a pain not remembering. It's like getting lost inside yourself.
Mais on voit R. En fait, y a pas de photo intéressante, quoi. Bon. Écoute, on va faire un par un. Le plus intéressant, on va dire. Bah, placé. Ouais. Oui, ce qu'il y a. Ça, y a pas de musique, c'est bizarre. Et tu y a toujours la musique avant? Non? C'est peut-être moi qui faut aller. Oh, attention, ça c'est compliqué.
I'm carrying Martha to shore. I'm trying to save her. My memories, although fuzzy, do match reality. I feel a little better. Now I can find out who really hurt Martha. Maybe I should meet with the White Lady. She might be able to tell me something.
Non mais.
Is this crazy talk? Yes, definitely. But what's normal about any of this? Maybe you have to be a little crazy to get anything done.
T'as un problème, toi. Je vais peut-être aller voir la dame en blanche, ok. Dame en blanc, non mais putain, se rendre au lac. Putain, mais la meuf, quoi, non mais. Bon, écoute, je vais aller voir la dame en blanc, au calme, je vais dire, est-ce que ma soeur elle est vraiment morte Est-ce qu'il s'est passé quoi Oh là là, mais la fumée, là. Oh, j'ai fumé un gros pétard avant de partir. Oh, je suis mon gros pétard, là, ouais. Et on prend un petit vélo. Oh, look, ça va aller plus vite. I love you. Ah, cousin. Ah non. I love you too. Alors, s'il vous plaît. Est-ce que je peux descendre les escaliers ou pas? Brrr, allez, en mode VTT. Attends. C'est par où déjà? Je suis n'importe quoi, mais. Mais. Tu vas par là de base? Oh, genre, je peux pas utiliser la carte quand je suis sur le vélo, quoi. Madame peut pas utiliser la carte sur son vélo. Putain, mais là, on fait du. C'est pas un vélo pour faire du terrain, ça, c'est. Tout va bien. Ah, il est percuté. Ouais, donc là, il y avait la lumière. Petite bougie, là. Ah, là, je cadre en Y, là. Attention, je fais une roue, là. Je suis à fond, hein. Est-ce que je suis sur le bon chemin, là? Oh, j'ai failli me prendre hein, le mur. Voilà, on va. Par contre, je me souviens pas de tous ces chemins-là, là. Ah si, non. Ah si, si, c'est vrai, il y a ce chemin-là. Oh, putain. Ça y est, je suis sur le lac. Descendre. 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 Elle va pas descendre là. Oh, parce que le vélo il est en pente. Maman. Ah, ah, j'ai pété un câble. Elle fout dans la flotte ton vélo là. Non mais putain. Tu vas me faire péter un câble hein. Vas-y attends. Je suis carrément sur le bord là. Voilà, c'est bon. C'est bon là? Bon, je vais pas le mettre là, le vélo, écoute. Putain, il cadre en Y, mais elle peut pas poser son vélo quoi. Bon bah écoute. C'est bon là. Voilà, voilà. Voilà, c'est bon? Elle est contente?
This is my dress, not Martha's. Now that I am Martha, it's better left where it is for now.
Hein?
This is my dress, not
C'est ma robe,
Martha's.
pas celle de Martha.
Now that I am
Martha,
Martha,
je
it's
suis Martha,
better left
vous
where it
voyez.
is for now.
Ok. Bon, je suis sur le... Je suis sur le lac, hein. On fait appel à la dame. Un petit bateau, là. Faut aller où? Attends. Ah, parce que je me rends au lac, mais bon, voilà. Fin du jeu, quoi. Mais putain, mais c'est où l'objectif, gros? Bah, tu veux que je fasse quoi, attends?
July 18th. Everything has changed. I feel like a different person. The best part of me left with Martha. My enthusiasm, my desire to live, and the will to joke around. I find myself alone, left to my own devices, confused with no desire or expectations. I was handling the cameras at the lake and there was a floating body on the water. I don't remember what I was doing before. Yet another memory lapse. That lifeless body was Martha's, my sister. Mummy ran up to me and hugged me, thinking I was Martha, and that I, Julia, was dead. I didn't correct her mistake, and now it's too late. If they find out I've been fooling everyone, I don't even want to think about it. I feel terribly guilty pretending to be Martha, pretending to be deaf. I took the photo for Martha's frame. I know it's too late now, and I felt incredible pain placing the picture. I said goodbye to her forever in that moment. I realized she was gone, and there was no going back. I must do one thing for Martha. I must find out what happened. The partisans couldn't have killed her. That's just ridiculous. Lapo is my friend, and he is one of them. He loved us so much. We know all of them, so it's just impossible.
C'est beau. J'ai l'impression que ça veut pas avancer le temps, hein. Bon, bah écoute. Je suis bloqué. Ok. Peut-être que c'est pas la précision. Attends, je vois. Voir la carte là. Ah. Non, ça c'est vélo. Ça c'est vélo, ok. Un peu plus. Oula. Qu'est-ce que ça fout là, ça? Pourquoi il y a ça sur la carte? Oh mais là. Ok, bon, bah, j'ai pas mon vélo. Enfin, j'ai pas mon vélo. J'ai pas objectif. Le problème, je peux pas y aller là. Ah non. Bon, bah écoute, je pense qu'il faut attendre. Je peux dormir, non? Il faut attendre la nuit. Oh les boules. T'imagines toi? En fait, je peux prendre que les chemins en fait. Je suis allé là. Je pense que c'est ça. Ça me ferait chiant, ouais. Allez, on va cabrer. Oh, ça va être compliqué la montée là. On n'est pas sur GTA, hein. Ah bah, je suis bloqué. Ah, j'aurais dû jamais venir avec le vélo. Ah putain, c'est vrai qu'on peut pas utiliser la carte sur le vélo. Oh là, oh là, oh là, oh là. Oh là. Ok. Pourquoi je viens là? Je sais pas. Je sais pas. À l'aide. À l'aide, je suis bloqué. Putain, il a l'air d'être pourri le vélo surtout. Ouais. Ouais. La meuf, elle sait pas faire de vélo. Toi, tu prends un vélo pour faire de la ville. Pour aller dans la forêt, quoi. Secours! Oh, mais... Allez! Fais pas ta cochonne là! Oh, mais je suis bloqué! Allez, prends de l'élan. Tu peux le faire. Allez! Bon bah je suis bloqué à tout jamais ici. Mais pourquoi je suis venu ici? C'est pas là que je voulais aller. Oh c'est dommage je peux pas aller dans la flotte. Ah ça avance pas hein, le temps. Merde. Eh ben si en fait c'est ce chemin là mais c'est chelou. Attends mais c'est quoi le ah oui ok. Mais c'est quoi le délire là? Voilà non non mais qu'est-ce que tu fais? Eh mais c'est Maisie. Comment vas-tu? Ça fait longtemps hein? T'es toujours vivant? Putain je me rappelle sur Fortnite avec mon cousin. Bah si c'est toi je crois hein. Oui si c'est toi je crois. Toi tu dates hein? Oh là là mais c'est vraiment... J'étais à 6 hein. Oh elle va me saouler avec son vélo. Oh là oh là oh là. Oh bah ça y est, allez, ça y est, je fais du roue. Putain j'en ai marre. Est-ce que je peux passer par là au pire? Voilà, parce que là... J'ai l'impression que l'objectif n'est pas là. Oui c'est moi, je suis toujours de ce monde. J'ai envie de crever. Le bruit du vélo quoi. Allez. Tombez pas. Quoi par là? Voilà. Ah quelle horreur.
Oh God, please no. Lapo, my dear friend. What have they done to you? Your handkerchief was the symbol of what you believed in. At least that is left of you. Julia,
Alors,
are you surprised that I've addressed this to you and don't think you're dead? Everyone calls you Martha now, right? I know
Cool.
you too well. I can never understand why no one
Rico.
else can ever tell you apart. Not even your own mother and father. Martha is gone and I cannot reconcile myself.
voilà. What the fuck, il se passe quoi? Ils ont pris une balle perdue.
Du hast ein Mädchen erschossen, du Idiot.
Scheiße, scheiße, scheiße. Was machen wir jetzt?
Les Allemands.
Sieh mal, was sie um ihren Hals hat. Sie ist eine von ihnen. Es musste getan werden.
Les
Sie
Allemands.
ist die Tochter von General Erich K., du verdammter Trottel. Sie war die Freundin von diesem armen Kerl. Oh, verdammt, jetzt sind wir wirklich am Arsch.
Scheiße. Lass uns abhauen. Aber sie lebt noch.
Sie liegt im Sterben. Siehst du, wo du sie getroffen hast? Sie ist bestimmt schon tot. Wir müssen jetzt abhauen, sonst sind wir auch bald tot.
Putain les mecs ils ont embauché des Allemands quoi. Pour faire le doublage, énorme. C'est papa qui a envoyé une frappe aérienne.
I'm dying, I thought. But strangely enough, I wasn't afraid. In fact, I was almost relieved. When I returned, I found myself once again in the midst of a bad dream. one whose meaning I did not understand at the time.
Oh putain! Ah, c'est pas ça! Et si je fais un moment, c'est quoi? Non, je comprends pas. Non, c'est Martin. Martin, j'adore ce moment-là. Je te rends la vie. Ce que j'ai pris. Oh! À l'aide, quoi! Martha, je te rends ton apparence. Pas vrai ça. Vas-y.
I give you back your words. I give you back your words.
C'est du sang qui pleut là?
I give you back your words.
On est mort en fait.
I give you back your words. 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 I give you back your words.
Voilà, c'est la fin du jeu. Martha.
I give you back your words. I give you back your words.
Oh putain! Maintenant, je paie. Attends, je paie quoi? Ça marche pas non plus toi maintenant. Bon, c'est maintenant. C'est le seul moment où ça bug pas. Hein. Je vois au travers de tes. Ah! On devrait jouer comme ça en fait, ça serait trop bien. Le jeu est trop bien. Maintenant je paie. Ah oui, c'est pas ça, putain. Ah mince. Ah, j'ai fait une erreur encore. Maintenant je vois avec mes yeux sur tes rêves. Voilà. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Mais c'est un diamant blanc. C'est génial en tout cas, je sais pas seulement.
Two sisters were destined to die.
Ah bon?
Julia, the first sister, and Martha, the second. On Julia's day of departing, identical twins stood before me, impossible to tell apart. They questioned my presence, since they were still so young. Julia must come with me, I demanded. But they both claimed to be Martha. I explained that Martha's fate was soon to be the same, and their games were useless. I didn't have time for it. The war was keeping me busy. But they didn't concede, and instead kept insisting. Can we follow you together? No, impossible. Are you sure Martha will die too? Nothing is certain in wartime. What if the wrong person went with you? Then you would have cheated death. One would die unjustly, and the other would simply be delaying her fate. They discussed amongst themselves, then hugged before one of them came forward. She stared in a determined, almost threatening manner. I guessed it was Martha sacrificing herself, giving more time to her sister. But I stayed silent, not to reveal their failed deception.
Salaud.
No one lies to the face of their own death. So I asked how their choice was reached. We drew lots by throwing a medallion, she said quietly. They had trusted in fate. Oh, how naive they were. They knew fate plays by its own rules, which is true, but it is also my ally. Fate never would have allowed the wrong girl to follow me. In that case, my work was done. She must have been Julia. However, little to my knowledge at the time, that blasted medallion had the same name engraved on both sides. Martha's. So, my first assumption was correct. They were too damned smart, and had fooled both fate and me. One thing is for sure. I'll put things back where they belong. I will correct my ignorance and give fate back its blindfold.
Faucheuse. Il vient de sortir, il est sorti aujourd'hui. Il s'appelle Martha is Dead et c'est disponible sur PC, malheureusement. Il a été censuré sur PS4. Bon, je sais même pas s'il est disponible sur PS4 d'ailleurs. J'ai pas regardé.
Damn,
Mais quoi?
this hurts so bad.
Elle est pas morte?
I can hardly breathe.
Bah. Bon. L'enterrement. Ah, c'est l'enterrement. Oui. Ok. C'était génial. J'ai apprécié le moment. On va s'habiller. Oh, peut-être une douche, non? Ouais, peut-être une douche.
No, 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 my bag is not here. My diary. Lapo's letter.
Oh mince. Quelle angoisse. Il a plus son sac.
How is she? How is my daughter? Please, doctor. Please give me good news.
It's a miracle she's alive, Eric, but she will be all right. The bullet passed right by her heart and exited her chest. Unbelievably, it missed her lungs, spine, and heart. She could have been paralyzed or died. But thankfully, she's fine. I examined her thoroughly. She didn't even lose that much blood. She was lucky. And you were lucky, so to speak.
She was lucky that my wife went for a walk in the woods. Otherwise...
Otherwise, she would have bled to death, yes.
I don't know what to say. All of this. It's too much. So much death and suffering. Nothing more.
Don't worry, Eric. She's young, so she'll recover quickly. I'll be here all day anyway.
Thank you, doctor, for everything. Do you mind coming with me to pick my wife up from the cemetery? The funeral will start soon in the chapel.
Of course not. Lead the way.
You know, with all of these preparations for the funeral, Irina wants everything to be perfect. It's her way of coping, so she doesn't have to think about everything going on. She is a woman who has suffered so much. Maybe too much.
Ok, on va s'habiller. Est-ce que je peux changer d'habit ou... Ah bah de toute façon il n'y a plus les affaires de toute façon. Ça j'ai déjà mis.
The ceremony is today, so I need a suitable dress.
Ah bah mets un costard hein. Moi je te connais mettre un costard hein. Est-ce que j'ai un costard là-dedans ou quoi? Oh non, le petit moineau. Bah mais ça, c'est beau non?
The ceremony is today, so I need a suitable dress.
Bah Et c'est où tes affaires? Tu vas sortir comme ça, toute nue Oh non, il a son
There's
sac.
my bag. Thank God.
Ok.
Let's hope Lapo's letter is in there.
Oui, celle-là était toujours là, regarde.
Dear
Oui, il est là.
Julia, are you surprised that I've addressed this to you and don't think you're dead? Everyone calls you Martha now, right? I know you too well. I can never understand why no one else can ever tell you apart. Not even your own mother and father. Martha is gone, and I cannot reconcile myself to that fact. I have to stay hidden, and sadly I can't run to you. Even if I would love nothing more than to hold you tight and cry together. No words. I just want to be close to you. Can we meet in the barn tonight? I will try my best to be there around midnight. Don't be alarmed, but if things get ugly, please remember this number, 6934. He knew he was in serious danger, but what about the letter? I had it in my hand when the soldiers ran off. Mummy found me, and if she's read it, well, she hates Lapo, and now she must know who I am. No, she probably would have left me there to die. She'd rather have no daughter than the wrong one. Before I passed out, I must have put it back in my bag. There is no other explanation.
Ok. Des habits noirs. 69-34. Ah merde, bah je vais suivre l'aventure ici du coup. Après, je sais pas s'il est enlevé de Pesquette. Hein.
Go to the funeral in my underwear? Sure, why not? Mummy would definitely appreciate that.
Her sister, Martha, that is in
Et
danger. The blow
tu veux
from
que
the
je m'habille où?
gunshot in her back could have killed her. It is only by the grace of God that the girl is alive. The anti-fascist political motive
When it's not too
appears to
sunny
be the only
outside,
reason
the
behind
200 ISO film works well.
The New Zealand troops are advancing.
General Edict K. New rules on curfew and women's behaviour. German command of S. Vincenzo Attori. Telephone number 1185.
Ok. Non, j'ai pas d'habits là. Pas... Des habits là? Non, je peux pas sortir. Donc c'est ici que je dois trouver des vêtements. Quoi? Tu t'habilles comme ça?
I would like to spend a moment with my sister, just me and her alone, before people arrive for the funeral and then take her away.
Un dernier adieu. Oh non, je vais chialer. Oh, je vais chialer là. Bah, ça y est, je vais chialer. Ça y est, c'est le moment où je vais pleurer. Comme une grosse loque. Allez, let's go. Ah, oui, c'est vrai qu'il faut toujours lire l'actu du jour.
Attempted murder in La Romola. After the murder of Julia Kay, today her twin sister is the victim of another attempted murder. The condition of the young girl, found by the German troops, is no cause for concern. The political motive behind this is becoming all the more clear. But that's not what happened. It's all wrong. Mummy was the one who found me. The German soldiers shot me. Best to stay quiet. No one ever believes the truth.
Ah bah ça. Ça on a lu. Quoi? Nouvel arrêté, interdiction d'utiliser des
New
vélos.
ordinance ban on the use of
Mais
bicycles.
non mais.
Over the last few days,
Oh, c'était le meilleur
cyclists
gameplay du
have
jeu.
once again shot at members of the Italian armed forces and at
peut plus
civilians
cadrer.
in the streets. The
Il faut du
offenders
Y.
will be punished in accordance with German martial law.
On peut plus faire du Y. Oh, quelle tristesse. Bon bah voilà.
I should pick up the phone but remain silent. If I let the caller speak first, I'll find out who it is.
Téléphone.
Lyric?
It's the nanny. I can confide in her. Nanny? Hello, it's me.
What? Hello? Oh, my lord. I must be dreaming or something.
No, Nanny, you're not dreaming. It's really me, it's Julia.
Oh, my God. Julia, my little sparrow. How wonderful. Sorry, but I thought you were dead. I saw you lying there dead. This brings me so much joy that...
Et non, je suis pas mort.
Actually, you must explain to me, my little sparrow. What is happening?
Juste une miraculée.
I told Nanny
j'ai pris une
everything
cartouche,
that
mais
had
ça va quoi.
happened. She was sad for Martha, of course, but very happy at the same time. I was the one she had a special bond with. I explained to her that I wanted to try and meet the White Lady, even if I knew it was a silly idea. But she didn't think I was a fool. Quite the opposite. She explained to me what I should do in an attempt to meet her. It was complicated. I noted everything down carefully in my diary. Who knows, maybe she did it only to keep me occupied, while deciding what to do with me and who to warn. I won't ever know, though, because that very same day, a bomb struck the villa and she died. They all died. We should have been in that house ourselves, but instead... Poor Nanny. Bye, Nanny.
Incroyable.
I love you.
Goodbye, my darling. I thought I'd lost you. Be careful, my little sparrow.
C'est Popolo. C'est Popolo qui a décidé ainsi. Vous pouvez désormais utiliser le téléphone pour passer des appels. Oh, incroyable! Nouveau gameplay du jeu! J'adore!
Martha was taken to
Ah ouais,
the
ils ont enlevé,
chapel
ils ont enlevé le
for
vélo,
funeral.
donc forcément, non.
I want to say goodbye
Ah bah oui,
to
bah
her
avant il y avait le
alone
cercueil là.
before everyone arrives.
Ils l'ont remplacé par la table, génial. C'est quoi le bruit là? Alors, objectif. Oh là là! Ah oui, lire le journal intime. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'ils me mettent au journal intime?
July 19th. I retrieved the cameras at the lake, but I had convinced myself that I was the one who had hurt Martha. So much so that when I had the rolls with me on the way home, I found myself in another horrible dream. I don't even remember going to sleep. As soon as I woke up, I developed the film. The photos confirmed to me that my memory of that night was correct. It was a great relief. I have decided to go back to the lake in an attempt to communicate with the White Lady. I know it's a crazy thought, but I can't get it out of my head. I need to know what happened to Martha, so I must pursue every possible avenue, even the path of insanity.
Oui. Ah, pas de page lui.
Now I know what must be done to meet the lady. Nanny has explained everything to me. I must try to meet her early in the morning when it is foggy, or all will have been in vain. That's what the legend says. This is what I need to do. 1. I must re-invoke her loss by putting her into contact with her lover.
Oh.
To do this, Nanny said to look for his grave in the woods, but there are so many. Daddy always said that infrared photos can see what the naked eye cannot. Maybe then they also see ghosts. There wouldn't be anything strange about that now, considering I'm trying to contact one after all. How crazy. 2. A part of me needs to enter her world. A lock of hair would work, so I'll need
Putain.
scissors to cut some off. 3. I will need an object that connects her world to mine.
Ouais, pour
I
revenir.
don't know what to do for this yet. Hopefully something will come to mind when I least expect it. 4. To communicate with her, I will need to use my tarot cards. I will meet with the lady on the island where her lover was executed.
Super quoi. On va aller dans un monde parallèle, génial. Super l'ambiance. Oh là là. Ça va, y a pas trop de trucs. Quoi. Il disait numéro. Et c'est un appel téléphonique. Attends, je vais décider. Oh, comment ça fonctionne ça? Oh, je sais pas comment ça fonctionne.
this number. Damn, Lapo must be dead then. Rest in peace, fair comrade.
Yes, Lapo is dead. I am due.
No, don't talk. We don't need to know who you are. By calling this number, it means Lapo wanted you to complete his work. A telephone cable near the house of German General Erich Kay has to be cut. One goes to the house, but there's another cable we suspect is connected to a secret base. That is the one that has to be cut. If you see any German vehicles around, let us know immediately. We won't use this number anymore. It's dangerous. Use a telegraph. That will be safer. I hope you know how to use them. Otherwise, you'll have to come up with something. This is important. Frequency X. Before the message, telegraph town on fire to identify yourself. Long live the homeland. Long live the liberation.
Should I sabotage the cable and become a spy?
Putain, vous m'avez pris
I
pour
don't
Hitman
know.
ou quoi
My
là?
father is German. It would be like betraying him even though he himself hates this war. But what happened to Lapo and those guys? If I can save someone's life, maybe I should try. Or maybe I can talk to Daddy about it. He may be able to advise me on what to do. Don't even know the first thing about all this. What were you thinking, Lapo?
Oh là là. En vrai, j'ai envie d'hésiter, tu vois. Parce que si je révèle tout, c'est chaud, tu vois. En vrai, c'est mieux d'aider. Oh, et je pense que la fin du jeu est...
To cut the cable, I will need sharp scissors. Tailor scissors should be fine.
Oh, il y a tellement de trucs. J'ai tellement d'objectifs là. Bon, j'ai les ciseaux, ça c'est bon. Couper le câble, trouve, ok. Je vais aller là, moi, d'abord. Dernier adieu. Je vais faire un dernier adieu. Avant. J'ai juste envie de pleurer, quoi. J'ai juste envie de chialer un peu, là. Ok. Allez, on sort les mouchoirs. Attends, j'ai des mouchoirs, là. Bien sûr, c'est des mouchoirs pour s'essuyer les yeux. Hein. C'est pas pour faire autre chose, bande de gros cochons. Allez, je sors les mouchoirs. Les mouchoirs. Les mouchoirs de l'amour. Hop, j'ai les mouchoirs là. Là où je pleure comme une merde. Petit moineau. Oh le petit moineau.
Poor little one. He's dead. Poor little guy. His place is by Martha's side.
Vas-y, prends le moineau dans tes mains là.
Nanny always calls me Little Sparrow. This is the part of me that died with Martha. It'll be safe next to her.
Allez, c'est parti. C'est parti, on va pleurer.
Here, Martha. This is my heart. Carry it with you. I'm starting to understand how painful your condition must have been. Not being able to properly communicate with anyone is becoming increasingly difficult.
C'est bon, j'ai pleuré.
I envied you, but I did not see your suffering. I did not understand your courage. I miss you so much, Martha. I'm not worthy to dress in your clothes.
C'est incroyable. Incroyable adieu, quoi.
Commune of San Casciano, Province of Florence. Death certificate. From the Register of Death Certificates of this commune, number 174, part 3, series 12 of the year 1944. It is certified that on the day of the 16th of July of the year 1944, Julia Kay has died, resident of Villa Perchabaya, born in La Ramola. On the 26th of February 1923, the daughter of General Erich Kay and Irene Kay Don Attilio D will give the funeral and the esteemed
mère de
Mr.
Kenny.
Alberto M, who will look after the burial in the cemetery of La Romola. Telephone number 6537. The official state civil service. General Galeazzo T.
Les mouchoirs, c'est pour essuyer son cul, pas sa bite. Oh là là. Vous pouvez désormais, ok, d'accord. Bon. Chose à faire. Oh, y a pas trop de trucs là. Je vais appeler le cimetière. 65 37. Je vais dire que ma soeur elle est morte. Que c'est moi qui ai pris son identité. « 65 37. Téléphone du
That
Père
raven
Noël.
is making a big fuss.
Et quoi? Encore d'objectif? Trouver le corbeau. What the fuck?
Maybe it's the same raven that killed that poor sparrow.
Bien ouais. Alors, gros dégueulasse en tout.
I hate bullying, yet it seemed as if the raven wanted to bring the little bird back to life.
Allez, j'appelle le cimetière.
Who is it?
Dire que vous êtes Bah, je suis Julia, non? Ah! Le choix est tendu là. Qu'est-ce que je dis? Je dis que bah, si je me fais passer pour ma mère, c'est chaud quoi. Eh bonjour, je suis la mère de Julia.
Maybe only so it can kill it again.
Vas-y, dis que je suis Julia, je m'en fous.
Hello, it's Julia Kay, Eric Kay's daughter.
Yeah? Yeah, and what do you want from me?
Ah merde. Ah oui, je suis con moi. Aïe. Je peux pas faire un tour en arrière là? Ah bah oui. Bon, on va rester calme. Hein.
I'm sorry to disturb you. I just wanted to know if I can come over to see you later today or tomorrow.
Of course not. Do not come looking for me anymore. Stop bothering me, you bitch.
He must be going crazy. I don't believe for 1 second that Mummy would let him treat her this way. Sheer madness.
Oh, mais oui, il est censé être mort. Mais oui, elle est censée être morte. Attends, je vais essayer de rappeler. Oh, oh dur.
I've already called this number.
Oh!
I'll be calling again.
Putain, je peux pas rappeler. Mais qu'est-ce que tu fais toi? Ah bah c'est mort. Bah voilà, bah là j'ai cassé le jeu quoi. Putain, quel con. Ah là là, je peux pas rappeler, c'est dommage. Ah, c'est dommage. Le corbeau, bon, il vaut le corbeau là. C'est bon, j'ai déjà fait. Il dort le corbeau? Attends. Il vient d'où le corbeau? Allô? Allô corbeau? Ok. Le corbeau. Suive le corbeau dans... Il est où? Je l'ai même pas vu. Allô? Voilà. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Une tente?
Dress. It's made from the same fabric I found a shred of next to the lake. In fact, it is torn. It must be my mother's. My goodness. I started to suspect that Mummy could have been involved in Martha's murder. Lost in these thoughts, hours passed, and I completely forgot about the funeral. When I
Ah
realized
ouais?
it was evening, they were already carrying the coffin towards the cemetery. She never loved me, I knew that well, but I would never have believed that. Had it been her? I struggled to believe it, but it made so much sense. At the lake, she must have thought Martha was me because she was convinced that I was dead.
On se croirait dans un documentaire animalier sur Arte. Regardez, la vie du corbeau. Bon, pour l'instant, ça se passe pas très bien, mais bon.
When the funeral ended, I felt an irresistible urge to play. I loved music.
Quoi?
I started playing without thinking about the possible consequences. I didn't care anymore. I needed to feel alive, to exist again.
Là, normalement, il devrait avoir de la musique. Ah bah oui. Ah oui, il devrait avoir de la musique hyper triste et tout. Bah oui. Ah, trop bien la musique. Waouh. C'est trop beau. Oh, c'est joli. Hein. Oh, j'ai jamais écouté une musique aussi belle. Incroyable. Attends. Ah. S'en fout.
What's
Voilà.
going on here? Julia? Is that you? No, it's not possible. Martha's never played. She's deaf, yet no. This is madness. My God. So, Martha? I understand now. You can get all of the attention, right? You were jealous, weren't you? Because she was a wonderful girl and you're just a useless little slut. How did you manage to convince her? I get it now. But she talked to me. No, it doesn't make sense. I will have you locked up in an asylum. You hear? That's enough. You will pay for what you've done, you cursed lunatic. They will torture you to reveal the monsters in your head.
Comment on peut parler de sa vie comme ça? Ah ouais, c'est du booba, ouais. Ah ouais, j'aurais dû laisser en mode streamer. Très beau.
Her
P2O.
words were as sharp as blades. I
Ah oui, ces
tried
mots
to
étaient
tell her
tranchants,
that it wasn't
comme,
me.
comme des rasoirs,
I
oui.
showed her the photos I developed that proved my innocence. But she grew all the more angry, calling me crazy, and then she began to hit me with everything she had at hand.
Oula.
I closed my eyes as more darkness began to take over in me.
Sérieux?
Memories came flooding back. Not memories of actual past events, but more so of feelings. Feelings I had when I was little. They were scary. They were the fears of a little girl. Despite what had happened, I went walking in the woods early the next morning to meet the lady. The evening before, my father had tried desperately to console me.
Talk to me, Julia. You know I love you. I just want to understand what happened. I am happy you are alive. Even if we have lost Martha, your mother was just in shock. She didn't want to hurt you.
Aïe aïe aïe. La dame. Bon. Il est minuit. Bientôt. Je vais voir. Attends, c'est quoi les objectifs là? Voilà. Dame en blanche. L'amoureux. Mauvaise personnel. Prendre une photo. Ok. Oh, il y a tout ça à appeler. What the fuck. Tellement d'objectifs quoi. Ça c'est fait, ça c'est fait. Ok, je pense que c'est là où je dois aller. C'est par là, non? J'espère que c'est par là.
I don't
Ouais.
know what I'm hoping to find, but what else can I do?
Oh, la tombe.
I will hopefully see if one of these graves is hiding something. I hope that the infrared film will show me.
J'espère la tombe quoi. Trop près. Attends. Ok. Net. Ok, là je suis bien. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut? Il faut le trépied et ça. Ok. Trop sombre. On va mettre le flash. Trop sombre encore? Attends. Ok. Nickel. Prends la photo. Comme ça j'aurai un beau souvenir. Très beau souvenir. Développer la photo. Vérifier si c'est quelque chose d'anormal. Il y aura Martha. Oula, je où là. Je lui donne un golden ticket. Moi aussi. Je développe les photos et après j'y vais. Oh, sympa à l'ombre. Hein. Je peux pas rentrer? The fuck, je peux pas rentrer chez moi? Bah. Comment ça se fait? Tu vas où? Ah oui, c'est vrai, faut passer par là. Je suis con, moi. Ça. Il y a une chaise au milieu, normal. Tu sais. Allez, j'ouvre les photos. Bah, je vais dormir après. Oh là! Il y a quelque chose sur la photo là! Ah ouais, je vois là! Il y a quelqu'un qui est en PLS. Au calme, développer cette photo. Ah ouais, direct. Attends, je vais éloigner un peu. C'est trop flou. Voilà. Oh, bah dans mon lit. Je peux voir ce qui se passe. C'est bon. Oh, mais c'est quoi ça?
I've been searching for the spirit of a prisoner. Just like the White Lady, he's trapped in this world, but they can no longer meet one another. Evil is separating them.
C'est qui ce mec? C'est le mec qui est mort par les Allemands, non? Pas qui c'est. Ok. J'ai trouvé la bonne tombe. Qu'est-ce qu'il me fait, lui? Oh, je vais retourner là-bas. Pas beaucoup de jumpscares dans le jeu. Hein. Il n'y en a même pas du tout. Hein. Il commence à faire jour. Alors. La bonne tombe. Ok. Et du coup, après, je fais quoi? Qu'est-ce qu'il va faire?
If I wear this, it should allow me to make contact with her. With this object, she'll have to hear me, I have no doubt.
Oh non, j'entends des voix et
I'm
tout.
missing the element that connects my world to that of the White Lady. Oh, the lake.
Oh oui, le lac, évidemment.
Why didn't I think of it sooner? The dress that I threw in the bushes that cursed day. It's been sitting beside the lake for a few days now, in a world that is both mine and hers.
Ok, donc c'est... Du coup, l'objet... Attends. Ok, donc je dois aller au lac. L'objet personnel. Ok, donc je peux pas utiliser le vélo, malheureusement, donc... ça va être du temps. Il de pas tomber devant. Oh là là. Il est trop bien ce jeu ou quoi? Ouais, j'ai jamais vu ça moi. Je passe quoi là?
What is this place? This
Ah non,
never
mais
used
je
to
vais
be
passer
here.
devant. Ah, bien sûr, c'est fermé.
Another entrance, maybe?
Oh, je veux pas essayer. Hein. C'est sûr que je suis au bon endroit. Oh là, bah oui, je suis en train de me... Ah oui, d'habitude, je passe pas par là, moi. C'est pour ça. Oh. Je peux pas cutter. Hein. Ah, c'est là. On est sur le bon chemin. T'as pas compris le jeu de mots? Fais gaffe de pas tomber. Oh, la tombe et tout, ouais, j'ai compris. Tomber, ouais, j'ai compris. J'ai compris quoi? Alors attends. Hop. On va encore voir la dame en blanc. Moi, c'est bon, ils ont mis des éclairages, c'est sympa. Ah! Fuck. Yep. Ah, ok. Oh, le bruit de
Here
feuillage.
it is. I hope it works. Now that I have everything I need to communicate
Maintenant,
with the
c'est bon.
lady, I can finally go to the island.
Sur l'île. Ah, elle va utiliser le bateau et tout. Oh! Ah non, je conduis pas le bateau, moi. Parce qu'après, je vais faire une connerie encore et ça, le bateau, il va être interdit. S. Ouais, démarre un bateau et tout. Oh, c'est GTA! C'est GTA! Incroyable! Ça fait pas trop de bruit, hein? Oh, je peux pas utiliser la carte!
This little boat is Nanny's husband's pride and joy. He used to take me fishing in it many years ago. I don't understand why Mother never wanted me and Martha to use it.
Elle s'arrête pour dire ça, quoi. Oula, oula. C'est bon, sors, non? Ah ouais. J'ai pas le permis! Au secours! Ah ouais, c'est bon. Oh, merci! Oh! Je suis tout seul. Trop bien fait l'eau. Ok, je fais appel au diable. Pourquoi la musique s'active direct là?
This is the tree the lover was hung from, according to the legend.
Oui. Et oh, attention. Attention, elle va... Bah
A roll of film. It's the one that I was taking out of the camera just before I discovered Martha's body. It should contain shots from before that moment. With a bit of luck, one of the shots has captured the moment of Martha's murder. I will then finally have an answer.
Est-ce vraiment maman?
Was it
Alors on va
really
savoir si
mine?
la réponse avec ça.
I will develop it as soon as I can, but now it's time to speak with the white
Oui,
lady.
parle d'abord avec la dame avant, hein. Allez, mets le médaillon. Attention!
I will wear her lover's cross to draw her to me.
C'est bon, t'as compris. Ça te permet de rentrer en contact, tout ça. La mèche de cheveux. Petite paire de ciseaux.
A lock of my hair to enter into her world.
Et maintenant, je fume
I
un
will
petit
use
bédo.
the tarot cards to communicate with her. The first 10 will be used like I did with Nanny. Once 2 cards have been chosen, it should begin.
Je mets un petit crack après là. Pour avoir des hallucinations. Des hallucinations collectives.
You camouflage yourself in the woods to approach me. You blend in with the water to make yourself known. You wish to communicate with me through the energy of symbols. You use my pain to summon me. You are very bold. You call upon me for knowledge that I do not possess.
C'est une bataille.
For answers
Là, c'est
I
une petite
do
bataille là.
not have. I am only a vessel, like water, like air, a vessel to move and breathe.
It worked. Now I need to choose 2 cards.
Ça fonctionne.
Here we go.
Oh, j'ai choisi 2 cartes. Je choisis la bonne. Je prends laquelle? La 5e. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Le fou. Le foufou. C'est 2 cartes. Hein. Ok. Le pendu. Ah,
You
génial.
will no longer be able to tell light from darkness. In sorrow, the difference is so subtle. You are alone, and you will remain alone. Memories are abandoning you. They are your only true companions. Now they take the place of your happy childhood, and they may return to keep you company.
Génial.
The daughter, the house, the mother. The daughter comes from the mother's house, then makes herself a home and becomes a mother. This cycle is broken. To undo the knot, find the sun. He is the original sin reflected on you. The one who gave you the light wishes to take it back. She wants control.
Super.
Bit by bit, she is crumbling your life. You have to stop her.
Je dois l'arrêter. Ok, on sait pas trop ce que c'est.
You do not have control of yourself. There is a dark figure inside you. The wounds are feeding it. It will do things you do not like. It will use your desires, your guilt, the darkest parts of your conscience.
Ok, ouais. Oh, le diable. Ah bah c'est bien. Allez, c'est la mort. La lune sur le diable.
Embraces the people we love.
Bah, le diable
It
sur la
is
lune.
then torn away from us when these people disappear. The wound is deep and it cannot heal. Faith vacillates. Death causes fear. But the church is a safe place.
Et puis il y en a qui dansent dedans aussi. Il y en a qui dansent dans les églises.
And mother to its children.
L'église par contre.
Faith is the light. Do not lose it. Finding it again is almost impossible. I lost it in sorrow, and without time, I am lost in the dark.
Et Dania. La mort, bien évidemment. Et la vie. L'étoile.
I can sense that you want to know who did it, but I do not have the answer. You must find it yourself.
Merci d'avoir enlevé les sous-titres, hein, c'est bien.
Do not ever try to enter through the front door if you wish to reach the heart. Your twin sister might have the answer you are looking for. Even after death, we leave traces of ourselves, don't we? Everything is indefinite if you look at the essence of things.
Au revoir. Oh, ça fait peur, hein. Ouh. Oh, j'ai eu peur, hein. Voilà. On nage. Énorme. On est sur Soma ou quoi là? Les dents de la mer. Incroyable ce jeu. On parcourt tous les parcours. On explore les fonds marins, on explore des églises, c'est bien. J'adore la vie. Ça va, niveau oxygène, t'es bien toi? C'est un poisson à la boeuf, tu sais. What the fuck? Je comprends pas trop là. Voilà, il y a une épave d'avion là. Je sais pas trop ce que je dois chercher, mais... Attends, mais... Ah, je vais peut-être remonter, non? Qu'est-ce que c'est délire, là? La clef. Oh, c'est la clé de ma chambre, non? Qu'est-ce qu'elle fout dans sa peignoir, là? Pas ma belle.
Speaking with the White Lady confused me even more, but at least now I have this key.
Alors, attends. Ah bah je peux rien faire. Alors attends, la clé c'est peut-être pour ouvrir ça. Peut-être.
July 16th. Dear sister, I entrust my secrets to this letter. If you are reading it, things have gone as I thought they might, and I am no longer there with you. First of all, I am not deaf, and I never was.
Huh?
Mother scared me when we were little, so I decided not to speak or listen anymore. It worked. In fact, Mother began to love me. They also found a scientific explanation for my deafness.
Ah ouais.
Neurological damage caused by excessive pressure exerted by the twin during pregnancy progressively led to hearing loss. And like that, my decision was also transformed into a fault of yours. So I must put it right. Do I have any other secrets? Unfortunately, yes, but a letter is too cold for such matters. Now that you know that I can speak, please go to the dark room. I have a hidden recording. Listen to it and you will hear my voice. Farewell, Martha. Why all of this madness, Martha? What else have you been hiding from me? You deprived me of your voice for more than 15 years. I can't wait to hear it now.
Putain, c'est fou, on apprend des choses. Hein. Ah oui, les fameuses photos là, tiens. What?
There is nothing here.
Y'a rien ici, mais qu'est-ce que tu fous là? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Un DJ.
Hi, Julia. I know that this will seem absurd, but this is me and this is my voice.
Ah, elle est belle sa voix,
We're
voyons.
equals in this sense too. Well, it's obvious, really. I've basically always spoken, and you were my voice. I'm going to meet my fate, so I don't want there to be any more secrets between us.
Oui. Et tout? Mais je suis...
I have to tell you that I'm pregnant, Julia. I'm pregnant with Lapo's baby.
Oh!
We had sex.
Ils ont fait
and I never
l'amour!
had the
Oh,
courage
ils ont
to
fait
tell you.
l'amour!
I was so afraid of hurting you. I'm so ashamed. And now, how can I ever bring this child into the world? The
Oh,
baby's
triste.
starting to show. Could you tell? That's why I'm no longer getting undressed in front of you. But for how much longer can I hide it? Yesterday, you asked me to go to the lake together early in the morning. You, the sleepyhead, early. I asked you to switch beds with me, like we used to when we were little girls. I got up at dawn and didn't wake you. I put on one of your dresses.
Putain. Ok. Ah, attends, faut... Ah oui, attends. Oui.
I wrote a card to Mother telling her that it was you who was pregnant, not me, and to come and see at the lake. I left it on the desk in her room.
Attends. Attends. Je vais poser ça dans... Attends. Pas faire de bruit, hein. Ça craque, hein.
Then I felt the need to talk to you, and I remembered the recorder in the dark room.
Ok, c'est bon, ça les a pas réveillés. Oula, oula, oula. Dans la chambre noire. Je peux pas courir, hein.
I will go to the lake alone and act as you. I will tell her everything you never had the courage to tell her. I will be your voice. I know how much she's made you suffer over the years. Unlike you, I remember all of the harm she has done to you, and it is my fault. Take my place, sister. You will live a better life, and I will be able to rest in peace, knowing that I at least tried to put right what I have done wrong. I will go now. My last memory will be the image of you sleeping peacefully.
Voilà.
Hi, Julia.
Incroyable.
I was upset. Unbelievably upset. July 16th, that cursed day. Martha didn't wake me up.
C'est fou, hein? Incroyable. Ok. Quoi?
Martha wasn't there, and we were supposed to go to the lake together. She even made her bed, which was unusual. I thought Mother woke up early, despite her medication, and asked her to do something.
Ok.
It was late. Martha hadn't woken me up as we had agreed, and I always overslept. There was a dress missing from my wardrobe. I simply decided to go out and take the photographs by myself without Martha.
Ok. Je peux toujours pas rentrer, hein.
It was a foggy morning, but it was no longer dawn. It was a sign of something terrible. My mother had killed her beloved Martha with her own hands. I had then taken her place, usurping the throne of her affection. She would have never forgiven me. I had real reason to be afraid.
Je suis choqué.
I searched for one of Daddy's pistols to defend myself. What a stupid little girl I was. In spite of everything, that roll of film still needed developing, even if it didn't prove she was guilty. I also wanted to search for proof of Martha's pregnancy.
Ok, je vais développer les photos, les fameuses photos là. Les photos de la réponse. Ça c'est chaud, hein.
Another telegram of condolence. Isn't it a bit late?
Eh ben, yon. Oh là là.
The New Zealanders
propre
conquered
mère, quoi.
Tavernelli in the eastern
Qui tue
sector
sa
of
fille,
the
c'est chaud.
battlefront. The troops of the 2nd New Zealand Division, British 8th Corps, conquer Tavernelli. The 6th South African Armoured Division advances on the heights near Greve, conquering the peaks of the Dimini and Fili Mountains. The 4th Division reaches San Giovanni. Attack on Hitler. After an attack carried out by a group of traitors, Hitler's words are, "In having escaped, I see a sign of the duty incumbent on me to continue my work." The New Zealanders conquer Tavernelli in the eastern sector of the battlefront. The troops of the 2nd New Zealand Division, British 8th Corps, conquer Tavernelli. The 6th South African Armoured Division advances on the heights near Greve, conquering the peaks of the Dimini and Fili Mountains. The 4th Division reaches San Giovanni. Sabotage of the phone lines in La Romola. Telephone cables have been cut, causing danger to general safety. Any damage to the information service facilities is punishable by death. Dear Mrs. Irene K., following your call, we have received a telegram from Dr. D. Your request has been accepted. As soon as the police station issues authorization, we will send for the girl. While we wait, to avoid the girl taking any extreme actions, as per the fears you have expressed, we ask that you trust in the advice of her treating physician. I thank you for your generous and charitable donation to our institution. Director S., Volterra Psychiatric Hospital, telephone 0782. Now that she has discovered everything, she wants to lock me up in an asylum. Or maybe even worse, she wants to kill me and have everyone believe it was suicide. She is preparing all the finer details.
Téléphone. Oula!
Go to the dark room now.
Ah,
Not when
non.
she's around. I must stay as far away from her as possible. I could go to the cemetery instead to find out whether Martha really was pregnant or not. Commune of San Casciano, province of Florence. Death certificate.
Oui, bah ça, on l'a déjà vu ça. Alors attends. C'est quoi que je dois appeler là? Oui, bah je peux pas développer de toute façon. Se rendre au cimetière. C'est quel numéro que je dois appeler déjà? C'est celui-là ou celui-là?
Cabagnari headquarters for the officers of San Casciano. How can I help?
Demander des renseignements. J'ai encore fait une connerie, hein.
Hi, I was hoping to hear whether there has been any development on the investigation into the murder of Julia Kay.
Wait a moment, please. Who's calling?
Dis vous êtes maman.
I am Irene Kay, Julia Kay's mother.
Mrs. Kay, forgive me. I didn't recognise your voice. Unfortunately, I don't have any real news. We are following up on some suspects. We assume we're with the boy who was killed in the woods outside your house. They seem to be planning something else. But your husband is probably the best person to ask about that.
Dire au revoir.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, madam.
Imagine, était là. Ok. L'asile. 074. Je fais pas tous les appels, hein.
Volterra Psychiatric Hospital. How may I help you?
Demander des renseignements.
Hello, we recently requested the admission of Julia Kay to the hospital. I just wanted to know whether it would be possible to cancel the request.
I'm sorry, but the request was issued by the municipality where you reside, madam. Any revocation of the request should be passed by them.
Only they can decide whether to approve of the cancellation or not. Have you already received the telegram confirming that we have taken charge of the request?
Je mens ou j'y oui. C'est pour dire, est-ce que j'ai reçu le télégramme, le truc de tout à l'heure? La lettre. J'ai dit oui si j'ai reçu ou pas. Je sais pas trop. Moi j'ai envie de mentir mais... Je vais mentir je pense. Non ouais.
No, I haven't received any telegram.
Then you must hurry. If you go to the town hall and discuss the issue with them, they can approve the cancellation. Thank you. Goodbye, madam.
C'est la mairie. Attends, j'essaie d'appeler la mairie.
Hello, this is San Casciano Town Hall reception. With whom are you hoping to speak to?
Se renseigner sur l'admission. Je fais quoi, je fais pas le Homer ou se renseigner? Parce que si j'appelle Homer, c'est peut-être mieux, hein. Il est peut-être pas là, il est peut-être pas disponible aussi. Je sais pas. Attends, j'essaie de parler au maire.
I would like to speak with the mayor urgently.
May I ask who is speaking?
Dire que vous êtes... Ok.
I'm Irene Kay, the wife of General Eric Kay.
Please hold the line, madam. Yes, hello?
Demandez des renseignements.
I would like some information regarding the request for admission of Julia Kay, my daughter, to Volterra Hospital.
Yes, madam. The hospital confirmed recently that it will be sending its own staff to your house for the admission. The matter is no longer in our hands.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Ok. Bon. Du coup, il a dit quoi? C'est d'aller au... Merde. D'aller sur le cimetière? Attends. Merde. Se rendre au cimetière. Attends. Je vais aller au cimetière là. Du cimetière. C'est par là. Hein. Je crois. peux rien faire. Attends. Qu'est-ce que je dois faire là? Le vélo. Ah, j'ai que ça en fait comme objectif. Bon, je vais faire le câble. Je vais faire le câble, ça sera fait. Bon, je verrai bien. Merde. Oula. Accrobranche. T'imagines la mère, elle voit ça. Qu'est-ce que tu fais là-haut, toi? Oui. Oui, et alors? Putain, mais...
A German tank. I have to report its location via the telegraph hidden near the cowshed. Daddy probably asked for a garrison after all that has happened. I should report its location via telegraph. This wire heads towards the house and then keeps going, so it must be the right one. Now all that remains is to go to the telegraph near the barns.
C'est le télégraphe. Télégraphe près du garage. Trouver le télégraphe. Ouais, c'est là. Ah, c'est tout là-bas, ok, d'accord. Près de la grange. Ouais, c'est ça, c'est près de la grange, non? Ok, je continue là. Oh là-bas!
Oh no, the fence has been destroyed.
What the fuck? Mes vaches! Il s'est passé quoi?
Nazi fascists at the stake. What? Who could have done this? What did these poor creatures have to do with anything?
Putain, quelle bande de salauds! Super. Ouais.
The telegraph must be hidden in one of these feed bins. The box is empty. The telegraph would have been installed nearby.
Télégraphe. Ah.
I have to start every message with the code word. I saw the tank on the road, and the road is near the house. I guess I have to communicate something like that.
Alors, sélectionnez les mots, vous avez besoin. Tank, non? Merde. Attends, comment je vais faire? Ville en feu. Ah, et village en feu, ouais. Tank en feu. Ça veut rien dire, attends. Y'a pas village? J'ai ville.
I'll add over at the end to make it clear that I have finished.
Ok. Attends, je l'ai vu tout à l'heure.
No, this doesn't seem clear to me. I need to find the right words.
Oh, t'es... Le char se trouve sur la route près de la maison.
No, this doesn't seem clear to me. I need to find the right words. I'll add over at the end to make it clear that I have finished. No, this doesn't seem clear to me. I need to find the right words.
À côté de maisons.
No, this
Oh,
doesn't
mais
seem
c'est
clear
bon,
to
là.
me. I need to find the right words.
côté. Ville en feu, tank à côté de maison. Terminé, bah, c'est ce que j'ai fait.
No, this doesn't
Ah, ça me
seem
plaît
clear
pas.
to me. I need to find the right words.
Faut que je trouve des mots justes, mais c'est bien là. Attends.
No, this doesn't seem clear to me. I need to find the right words.
Ah, attends. Il est... Ville en feu, tank, route près de maison. Oui. Mais c'est ce que j'ai fait. Oh là là, faut faire à l'inverse. Attends. Attends. Ok, attends. Ville. En feu. Tank. Maison.
No, this doesn't seem clear to me. I need to find the right words.
Attends, ce qui met les trucs là.
No, this doesn't seem clear to me. I need to find the right words.
Ville en feu, tank, route. C'est route. Route. Prêt. C'est bon. Ville en feu. Bon, finalement, on m'a aidé.
Damn it. I got the length of the sound wrong. I'll try this word again from the beginning.
Oh!
Damn it again. I need to be more
Putain.
careful about the length of the sound. No, another mistake. I need to focus more and think less. I need maximum concentration and complete mental silence, or I'll never do this.
Appuyez rapidement pour envoyer point. Ok. Putain mais... Oh! Ah ça va. Pfff. Non, putain, je me suis trompé. Non. Ça va. Il faut bien que je me trompe sur les deux trucs. Ok. C'est bon. Ah, si j'ai le droit de dire ça, va te faire enculer. Hein. Oh bah j'ai écrit un roman lui. Non mais... Le mec il écrit sa vie tu sais. Oh aujourd'hui je suis allé chercher du pain à la boulangerie, j'ai pris des grosses miches et tout. Non mais... C'est pas cette poule. Sélectionnez les mots pour décrypter... Oh là là. Non mais quoi? Attends. J'ai pris un peu au chocolat et tout. Non mais quoi? Suivez les points et les traits pour obtenir une... Oh là là. Mais je vais pas traduire ça frère. Je comprends rien. D'ailleurs là on m'a perdu là. Tu comprends quelque chose ça, Kouz? Je sais pas. Là c'est les points et là c'est les traits. Donc là il y a 3 points. Je comprends pas c'est quoi le délire. Pourquoi... Ah, je comprends pas là. Je vais faire une pause là parce que... Je reviens. Je sais pas trop. Hein. Suivez les points et les traits pour obtenir la bonne lettre. 3 points. Il commence par où? Ah. Ah non. Du coup 3 V. C'est vrai que je trouve le mot pour comprendre en fait. Juste le premier mot. Là je suis perdu. Trois points. Un trait. Putain. Premier SN. Deuxième. Parce que normalement, ça devrait marquer genre bon, c'est rouge, tu vois. Il faudrait que je trouve genre le premier mot, tu vois, pour comprendre au moins la chose, tu vois. Ouais mais c'est bien mais là genre je pense pas que ce soit bon tu vois. Parce que ça met rouge. Il fait n'importe quoi. Tu mets des chiffres, tu mets des lettres au putain. Je vais essayer ce que tu me mets hein. Mais... Pas sûr.
They are asking me to find a map of the defensive line. There is one in my father's study.
Comment t'as trouvé ça? Comment t'as trouvé ça? Tu les vois sur internet? Une formation morse. Merde, non, 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 non.
21st of July. Lapo is dead. They shot me in the back when I discovered his body. I thought I had hit.
Oui, oui, oui. Pas le temps de lire là. Attends, c'est où que je dois aller là? Attends. Prends une photo de la carte. Je dois prendre une photo de la carte sur le bureau de mon père. À l'endroit. Ok, d'accord. J'ai pas compris comment t'as fait. Hein. Ah ouais. Je sais pas pourquoi. Mais j'ai pas compris en vrai. Hein. J'ai absolument rien compris. Dommage, hein. Et je te jure, la mère, elle va m'attendre tout à l'heure, je vais rien comprendre.
That's
Bien cadré, apparemment.
Hopefully the image comes out clearly. General Edict K. New rules on curfew and women's behavior.
Oui, voilà, déjà vu ça, je crois. Allô?
400 ISO film. It comes into its own shooting cloud.
Imprimer la photo.
And indoors.
Et l'imprimante? Elle est... ligne gothique. Attends, je vais sortir. Sinon tu aurais galéré et moi aussi j'aurais pas trouvé. Mais il faudrait que je sache comment... Enfin, je regarde la rediffusion. Et savoir comment ça a fonctionné, tu vois. Merde. C'est vraiment... Bon, je fais ça et puis je m'arrêtais parce que non, je devais m'arrêter depuis 1 heure déjà. Le jeu était tellement bien aussi. Faut que je me fasse choper. Hein.
Martha is in the family crypt. That place is scary. I don't remember, but Nanny told me we used to go there when we were kids to see who was brave enough to go down the stairs. No one would ever go further than the first 2 steps.
Je peux prendre le vélo.
Now Martha's down there, alone, in the dark. She must be frightened. The crypt is here. Not now.
Pas maintenant.
Let's
Sorry.
hope the caretaker isn't around. That man gives me the creeps.
Ok. Du coup, je dois faire là. Je dois trouver une imprimante. Une imprimante ici. Peut-être là-bas. Non. Attends, il y a un truc là.
I should water the plants. No one will do it. The caretaker clearly doesn't care.
Ouais, bah attends, parce que déjà là. Trouver un arrosoir. Oui, oui, je le fais. J'ai un petit thé là.
Now that I have filled the watering can, I can water the plants.
J'arrose pas toutes les plantes, hein. Ah merde, hein. On dirait qu'il remplit un verre.
Lapo, if you were in front of me, what would I say to you? That I'm angry because you were sleeping with Martha? No, I'm not angry. I'm sorry that you kept everything hidden from me. It stings a little, perhaps, but faced with your loss, everything is now meaningless. I'm happy that they buried you here. We'll be neighbours. I knew that Daddy would allow it even if you were fighting with the partisans. For him, this war is a stranger as it is for me. Goodbye, Lapo. We will meet again soon. It's time to look for Martha.
Oui, mais on fait comment pour imprimer? Ok. Putain, je vais aller là-bas maintenant. What the fuck? Allô? Pourquoi je peux pas? Ah! Tu vois, ça bug. Hein. Je reprends maintenant ou pas? Bon, je fais ça et puis je m'arrête. Très bon jeu hein, pour l'instant. Hein. À part le moment où les trucs morses là, mais sinon ça va. Il n'y a que le début en fait qui est vraiment gore et après ça va. Hein. Je sais pas pourquoi il a été censuré. Mais... Merde! Je vais trop loin! Et là on est d'accord. Hein. Ouais.
According to Nanny, this was an old windmill. It has been abandoned for as long as I can remember, and it has always given me the creeps.
Oui, et je fais quoi là?
Tuscans. Throughout Italy, the people are fighting against the German invaders. Over a third of Italy has already been liberated from this loathed invader. We know that you are doing a lot to prevent the Germans from strengthening their power over you. The day of your liberation is approaching. Your freedom is certain. Your region is of the utmost importance in this war of liberation. Hinder the Germans by refusing to cooperate with them in any way. Transport is essential for the German troops and their supplies. Your region is the center of the transport network south of the Apennines. The triangle of La Spezia, Florence, Livorno is of great importance to the Germans and their hope to maintain a yoke over Italy. Tuscans, double your efforts. The day of liberation is fast approaching. Unite and do your utmost to speed up your liberation.
Il y a quand même beaucoup de lecture dans le jeu. Après, ah, je me suis trompé d'endroit encore. Putain, en fait, je devais pas venir là, quoi. Attends, mais si, mais c'est quoi ce délire? Si, c'est là, normalement. Oui, d'accord que c'est là. Ouais, c'est là. Je fais quoi ici? Je dois prendre une photo de la... Ah, ça c'est fait. Non, c'est pas ça, attends. Ok. Et lui la ligne gothique là? J'avais avant l'objectif. Voilà. C'est fait. Ça je l'ai pas fait encore hein. Examiner le cadavre là. Et je crois que je peux pas je crois. Bon je sais pas qu'il faut faire hein, je sais pas. Peut-être que c'est peut-être pour plus tard. Ça doit être là-dedans mais je peux pas rentrer. Genre si je peux examiner le cadavre, parce que le cadavre de base je devais l'examiner depuis longtemps hein. Putain j'aurais dû prendre le vélo, je suis trop con.
Not now.
Not now.
A grave without a name. A life without memory. I pray for you, whoever you are. Man or woman. Young or old. Does it make any difference?
Quand tu parles. Moi je mangerai ton pain. Crypte.
This door is locked, but I must get in. Maybe I can find something around here to break the lock.
Casse-verrou là. Casse-boulon. Alors que vous, elle pouvait pas la prendre tout à l'heure, tu sais.
These are perfect for breaking the lock. I should hurry before the caretaker comes back.
Tu chipotes, hein. Bonsoir.
Enough. I can't go on like this any longer. I can't go on pretending nothing happened. My family was slaughtered by these dirty Nazis. My daughter wasn't even buried, and I had to bury that half-blood instead. An Italian family that got cozy with the dirty Germans. Bastards, that's what they are. What am I supposed to do with my life now? I want to end it, but not without taking a few Germans down with me. You won't see me anymore, but you will hear about me. Long live the resistance. Viva Italia.
Okay.
Everyone takes a side. I find myself siding with my family, but I'm not sure whether it is right.
Nouvel appareil déverrouillé. Incroyable. La crypte. C'est introduit, ok. Je pourrais casser le verrou, ok, c'est fait. Nous possédons une crypte. Bah, c'est fait. Ça y est. Et je fais quoi avec ça? Ah.
Instructions for the automatic telephone machine. For example, if you wish to call the number 0573, pick up the telephone from the hook and bring the receiver to your ear. You will hear a continuous tone. Firstly, place your index finger in the hole displaying the number 0. Turn the disc clockwise until it stops. Let the disc return freely to its resting position. Repeat the same steps for the numbers 573.
Ok. J'ai trouvé une clé et une souris automatique. Et je pense que je vais m'arrêter là. Ouais. J'ai trouvé une clé avec une sauvegarde. Je fais quoi de plus? Ça sert à quoi d'ailleurs la clé? C'est une clé de quoi?
The keys to the family crypt.
Ah, parce que c'est pas la crypte familiale, ça. Du coup, la crypte familiale, c'est ce qu'il y a là-bas, où on était tout à l'heure. Genre là. En espérant. En espérant que ce soit ça. Elle me fait toujours peur à ouvrir tout doucement là. Je peux pas couper à travers. Attends, dis-moi que c'est là. S'il te plaît. Putain, mais. Mais ça sert à quoi? C'est où la. Frérot. Où ta crypte là? À côté de là. J'en sais rien. Hein. Une crise, c'est dans un cimetière. Bah, je peux. Mais Izzy s'est endormi, non? Mais Izzy s'est endormi. C'est un caveau. Caveau? T'es capot? Peut-être pour là, non? Pas du tout. J'ai essayé toutes les portes, hein, mais. Ces objectifs, ils sont pas marqués, quoi.
I can see why we were scared as children. It's a rather gloomy place.
Oula! Tu sais que j'ai le droit de diffuser ça, moi? Il y a des drapeaux et tout, c'est. Je sais pas si Twitch il accepte ça. Hein. Elle est trop belle.
May God forgive me for what I'm about to do. I also pray that you, Martha, will forgive me.
J'ai pas envie de voir. Non. Ah ouais, par contre là, je vais me faire censurer, je pense. Attends. Change de scène, hein, si vraiment c'est trop violent. J'ai accepté ça. Faut le faire pour. En fait, je disais que c'était que le début qui était gore. Mais en fait, c'est pas que le début. C'est tout le long du jeu. Désolé Twitch. C'est pas moi qui veux. C'est dégueulasse, putain, couze. Oh, mais t'as vu ce que j'ai vu là? Bah attends, mais il avait deux.
It was true. Martha was pregnant. Pregnant with a deformed fetus with 2 heads.
Déformé à... Ah ouais, voilà, à 2 têtes, on est d'accord.
They always said that it ran in
Encore
the
des
family.
jumeaux.
I was all the more shocked. I was doing things that I had never done before. I do not know what force was moving me. I became unstoppable. I decided to photograph the horror as evidence to show my mother and to everyone. Who knows why?
Ah, ça va, ça va. Oui, bon, bon. Bien sûr. Je vais prendre une photo, tiens. Pourquoi pas pour inaugurer ma grosse dinguerie. Non mais... Photographier le fœtus. Je vais prendre une photo, je suis désolé de ce que je fais là, mais... C'est pas... Pas moi. Désolé. Oh le bruit.
Enough now. I will torture you no longer. I will come back to fix you, and I will stay and take care of you. We will spend so much time together. I love you, Martha.
Ça va me hanter toute ma vie, ça. Oh putain, c'est pas vrai. Développer le photo du fœtus, non mais... Je dois examiner le cadavre. Non, c'est fait. Ouais, il doit pas être bien mentalement, ouais. Pour en arriver là...
Doctor, I must thank you for your help. I wouldn't know what to do without you.
What?
Even our own dear Donatello seems to not understand the situation.
Irene, please. Consider the idea
Voilà.
of leaving Italy as your husband suggested. It would be better for everyone, especially for the girl.
I fear that nothing will make her better.
Je vous touche rien.
Her
Hein.
father doesn't want to accept it. I believe that hope is long gone.
I agree, but in Germany there are better treatments in specialized clinics. The asylum is a temporary solution, just to ensure that she doesn't do anything foolish. But it's a nightmarish place. You know that all too well. You cannot possibly want this for your daughter.
Of course I don't. But what can I do? She is a danger to herself, to us, to everyone. One of Eric's guns has also disappeared. She must have taken it. Who else could it have been? I am so scared, Doctor. I cannot wait any longer. Also, you know what they think of Italians in Germany, don't you?
But you would be with Eric, an esteemed general. Everyone will respect you.
That cursed girl. Where could she be? Let's hope she doesn't play any more foolish stunts. I'll wait for her here, in the cellar. Sooner or later, she'll go to the dark room. That's for sure.
I would gladly stay and keep an eye on her. But I must rush to town to organize the last few things for her hospitalization.
Thank you, Doctor. Don't worry. We'll see you later.
Elle reste là en fait. Mais faut.
She's sleeping. I must take advantage of this. I will make her talk. She will reveal the truth out
Ferme
of
la
fear.
porte.
She thinks I can be silenced by calling me crazy. But unbeknownst to her, I will record everything. Everyone will know what you have done to your own daughter.
Attends, tu peux pas fermer la porte là? Putain, frérot, putain, tout le long du jeu elle ferme la porte, mais elle ferme pas la porte.
I would make too much noise and wake
Ça
her
trop de
up.
bruit, elle risque de se réveiller. Mais tu fasses quoi? Je dois bien développer les photos, non? Vas-y, tu l'as. Flingue-la, mouille, attends. J'ai une arme, non? Qu'est-ce que je dois faire?
I would make too much noise and wake her up. Now I will wake her up and she
Maintenant,
will
je vais la
confess.
réveiller.
You
Elle va
can
tout avouer.
bet on it.
Allez, vas-y.
What are you doing, my daughter? Why do you want to ruin your life?
I'm sorry. It wasn't me who just shot Mummy. It wasn't me. Dear God, what have I done? She forced me. She killed Martha. But who in the world will believe me now? They will take me to the mental asylum. Those rolls of film are my only hope. So that's who had the keys to my childhood bedroom. I could have guessed.
Wow! Oh le bordel!
My God, sooner or later more bombs will land here. Then everything will come to an end. Damn, the power is out.
Mince, il n'y a
It's
plus de courant.
impossible to develop that roll of film now.
Mais... Je vais me taper un jumpscare, non?
At least now I finally have the keys to my old room. But why was it locked in the first place?
Attends, ce que je suis où là? Ok, je suis dans la cuisine là. Wow!
Finally, I can enter my room. It's like being a child all over again. I used to play with the puppets by reenacting what was happening in my life, to clear my mind. I want to do it again. At the beginning of any puppet act, there was always the legend of the White Lady. Otherwise, the scenes I was reenacting were worthless. According to an ancient legend, the lakes of the area are haunted by the spirit of a young woman who was killed by the man she loved. A lover's nightly tryst by the lake. So much hope and desire, but death, not love, was awaiting her.
Ah, what a beautiful moon tonight. My love is not here yet. I'll wait. You're here at last. What's going on? Why are you acting weird?
Merde. Tu m'as trompé. C'est que t'as embrassé une autre.
I know you kissed another.
Quoi, tu es folle, il parle à le mec.
I would never do that. I love you.
Oh là!
I love you too much. The thought of you with another drives me insane. That's why you have to die. What did I do to you?
C'est hyper glauque, hein.
In despair, the man confessed he had killed her out of jealousy.
Et il doit avoir un problème mental, le mec qui a créé ce jeu.
They searched everywhere, but the girl's body was never found. Since then, her spirit, known as the White Lady, takes the life of a young woman whenever events take her back to that sad day. Now I can begin. First of all, let's clarify what happened the night before the cursed 16th of July. Dad says we're losing. What will happen if we do? Will we become poor? Do you want to come with me to the lake tomorrow? I want to take some photos. Let's go at dawn. Mummy sleeps heavily anyway. You know she's been taking that medicine. Wake me up. Did you see Lapo yesterday? I saw him leave the barn. Weren't you there? Sure, great idea. Yes, it happened like this. Then in the morning, Martha went to the lake pretending to be me to show her pregnancy. She knew Mother was going to follow her down. Now I can only guess what happened when they met at the lake. What do you want from me?
How dare you talk to me like that?
I'm sorry, Mummy. I didn't mean to be rude. No, Martha couldn't have possibly tried to be nice to her.
Ah ouais, d'accord.
What do you want from me?
dare you talk to me like that? Leave me alone. You're just a poor old woman.
La robe sûre.
So you are pregnant. Your sister was right. Well, at least I had fun. I'll punish you for this, whore. Try. I dare you.
Dum! Dung! 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 Dung!
This might be exactly what happened. I will never know exactly what happened, but I think I have an idea. And after everything, I shot my mother. No, I didn't shoot. What actually happened? It is all in my mind, but I can remember. I know I can. A little arm. A small leg. And another little arm. Another small leg. Oh look, only the head is left. I was under the bridge, but it was just a game. This, however, is not a game. I was just playing. It's just a bad joke. Under the bridge, the church, town, speak, the white lady.
Attends, je dois être tout là-bas. Non, je vois pas du vélo. je vais trop loin. Ouais, bien glauque.
The power is back. Now I can develop the role and hopefully have my questions answered.
Alors. Ah ouais.
Oh dear God, so it's true. I killed my sister. I did everything to hide the truth. Then I killed my mother to rid myself of the guilt. But she was nasty and everything was her fault. God, what does that make me? I don't deserve to live a second longer. Maybe I will see her again and I can try and ask for her forgiveness.
C'est chaud.
But if there is nothing after death, at least I will be free from this suffering. I know it's not right, but I can't do this anymore. I fired instinctively at that soldier, hitting him right in the head, but it was not a good idea. He obviously didn't come alone. When the others came in, I closed my eyes. I heard a lot of commotion and then felt a sharp pain in the stomach.
Sans que je me tue, vous me tuez, de toute façon.
They were kicking me while another tried in vain to convince himself the soldier on the ground was still alive. They hit me in the ribs, the back, and the stomach. I couldn't breathe, and at the same time I felt the need to vomit. They were ordered to put me on a seat. They bound me up so tightly that I couldn't feel my hands or feet. On the seat next to me was my father. He was breathing, but he appeared to be unconscious. The guy in charge started asking me questions. He kept hitting me in the face and head with some kind of short cane. It was so violent I thought my skull would crack open. All I could taste in my mouth was blood and broken teeth. I ran my tongue across my teeth, thinking to myself that I'd never be able to smile again. A frivolous thought, perhaps, but a painful one nonetheless. Part of my top lip was cut open and was hanging down. I foolishly tried to put it back in place using my tongue and lower lip. I threw up. They forced me to confess that my father had been carrying out all kinds of activity within the German army. Of course, I didn't know anything about it, so I tried to explain. But those punches... I would have done whatever it took to stop them. Whatever it took. Just after I told them what they wanted to hear, the general said, "All it took were 2 slaps and you sold out your father, you German whore." Then he ordered my father to be executed. It took less than a moment. He didn't even move. He pointed to one of the soldiers and then he pointed to me. My time had come. They all left except for the soldier who had the unpleasant task of finishing me off. I wanted to die, but not like that. Terror engulfed me. I could almost hear the sound of my body evacuating. I had the gun pointed to my forehead. I couldn't look at his face. I stank. I felt indecent. Then he moved the gun on purpose and shot without hitting me. He had taken pity on me. It must have been my fate not to die. He quickly cut the ropes and pushed me to the ground, saying out loud, "It's done. The German whore has been dealt with." I was left motionless on the ground. He left, and I fainted again. When I came around, I did not know what to do. I was completely empty and felt pain everywhere. Everyone was dead. I was now alone in the world. I felt a desire to hear their voices one last time on Daddy's recorder in the dark room. Provided the soldiers hadn't destroyed it, that is. I need to get away from here. But first I want to hear the voices of my family one last time.
Now I will wake her up and she will confess. You can bet on it.
What are you doing with your father's gun? It's dangerous. Stop it.
Talk. Tell me everything now. Tell me what you have done.
Okay. Calm down. I will tell you everything. I found that strange note when I woke up, and I immediately realized that something was wrong. Something was up with you, aside from your usual quirks. I came to check, but you weren't in your bedroom. You had spoken about the lake, and I got worried, so I called your father, and we went to see what was going on. We found you sitting in your underwear at the side of the lake. You kept saying that nothing had happened, and you kept repeating things like that. I hugged you to try and make you feel better, but you did not speak again for days. What is happening to you?
You should tell me what's going on. I'm not going to that loony bin.
I would never have wanted this, but I'm afraid you will harm yourself further. You were really hurting yourself in front of the piano that night. What else could we do?
You killed my sister and now you're afraid because I found out. So you're making up stories, aren't you? But I'm not falling for it this time.
What are you saying? Your sister? Please, no. I was not well. I didn't know what I was saying. So many years have passed. You were little then. I thought everyone had forgotten that nonsense.
Shut up! Don't speak. Don't say anything else.
What are you doing, my daughter? Why do you want to ruin your life?
I'm sorry. It wasn't me who just shot Mummy. It wasn't me.
I didn't know who I was anymore. Everything had fallen apart. I was afraid of myself. My God, it was terrible. I had always been convinced that I was too good for myself, but then I had become my own enemy. I was the danger. What should I have done? I thought about the puppet theatre in my old room. There I could find something in myself, perhaps. So I rushed to go play with it again.
Sérieux. Il se finit jamais ce jeu. Même. Putain, je vois rien. Attends, je suis où là?
Mummy nearly died giving birth to me. This is what remains in my memory of my mother's, nanny's, and father's stories. I remember little to nothing of my childhood at home. I have to try, though. Maybe the important events I should know are right there.
How are you, madam? I feel a sharp pain. Do you need anything? I can feel it. The time has come. Everything is ready. Help! Something is wrong. Help! Irene is not well.
Attends, je vais faire quoi là?
How are you, honey?
I'm getting weaker and weaker. Doctor, hurry! Arena is sick!
Don't worry, Irene. The pain you feel is natural. Push, Irene, push. Push, Irene, push.
Je comprends pas là. Ok. Oh, le bruit.
The baby is born. I feel sick. I feel myself wasting away. It's going to be okay. Poor Mummy. She has suffered so much. I have hurt her so much, ever since I was born.
Mummy, I'm hungry.
No, it's not mealtime, you little nuisance.
Mummy, I'm thirsty.
You just had a drink, whiner.
C'est quoi cette merde?
Mummy, I have to pee.
And what can I do about that?
Ouais, c'est quoi cette...
Mummy, I'm sleepy.
That's enough! Go to your room! Get out of my sight! I can stand you no longer! How dare you! I will make you pay for that! My hands are not enough! You need to learn properly this time!
Sorry, it was an...
Oh, mais ce jeu, c'est incroyable.
This is just a game. Is it only a game? I believe the White Lady said that my lost memories would return in the place of my happy childhood. This is the only place I have ever been truly happy. Are these my memories then? Is this actually my life?
Yes, I like that game.
Now go play with your sister.
Can we play patty cake?
Stop making up these stories. Martha, don't you want to play with your sister? Julia, play with your sister.
Sorry, Mummy. I didn't do it on purpose.
I don't believe you. You're trying to make fun of me. You did it on purpose. What do you have to say for yourself?
I'm angry with you.
I will beat manners into you, you stupid little girl. Come with me now.
Sorry, Mummy. I'm so sorry.
Come with me. I will put you in your place, girl.
Sorry, Mummy. I won't do it anymore. I promise.
Too late. These false tears won't help you. Stay still.
Help!
Now I'll make you want to bark.
Non. On va pas faire ce que je pense.
Leave my dog alone!
Parce qu'on n'a pas vu le chien en fait. Hein. Ok, c'est bien ce que je pensais.
There's no point screaming, stupid girl.
No, Mummy, please.
Il a un sale problème, mec. Hein. Sacré jeu.
You're insane.
Sure. Now I'll show you how insane I am.
Sérieux.
Help, Daddy, help!
Screaming won't work. Your father is not here like usual. Eat it.
No!
Eat!
I won't eat him.
I said
was beginning to remember, but I was so scared to remember too much, especially all at once. I didn't have time to guess exactly what happened. It was making me too upset. Pulling out those memories was like trying to pull out a tooth on your own. Almost impossible, and far too painful. The White Lady told me that the church is a safe place and home to its children. Don Attilio, my priest, I have to talk to him. I have to call him on the telephone.
Don Attilio speaking. Who is it?
Father, help me. They're all dead. Daddy, Mummy, everyone.
Julia, come to me immediately. Don't stay alone. It's dangerous. Come to town. You can stay here with me and we can talk about everything. Okay?
Okay, Father, but first I want to play with my puppets for a while.
Julia, don't be silly. Come to church right away.
C'est où que je vais là?
Those boys, they had all been killed and it was my fault. They were my age, and a few of them were our friends. I didn't think it would go like that, but wasn't it obvious, really? What was I actually expecting? I felt like a coward. But what could I have done? Should I have betrayed my father? I loved my father, but I also loved my friend Lapo. Which side was I on? I just listened to my heart. I thought it was the right thing to do. But instead, it was the worst thing I could have done. I didn't go anywhere near the soldiers, Germans or allies. They had all caused me harm. I didn't want to approach anyone, for any reason. I would have got lost in the dark going in that direction. That night in July was so dark and scary. Once I crossed that threshold, I completely lost touch with reality. Everyone around me had died while I survived everything. I don't remember how things went. I just remember a big light and then photographs were being taken of me. There was a man dressed in white, a doctor, I presume. He was asking me questions, but I didn't understand what he was actually asking me. He wrote something on a piece of paper and then 2 nurses led me away. I was in the mental asylum. Some women were talking to themselves, others cried. Some were even covered in their own filth. Others were violent and tried to hurt themselves any way possible. There was this one young woman who would pleasure herself all day long, incessantly, to the point where she would bleed. So they would tie her down to the bed screaming, cursing and talking gibberish for days on end. Once her wounds had healed and she was untied, she would just start again. That woman was me. They started to give me injections. What they gave me made my whole body shake. I broke my vertebrae and an ankle. I think it was called cardiazole or something like that. My body was like a fire that didn't want to be put out. When it appeared to be quenched, it would come back, even stronger than before. In the end, though, they won. I stopped screaming and masturbating. I stopped thinking. There was no longer any need for therapy. Something inside of me had died. But nevertheless, I insisted on carrying along this painful journey. I was stronger than I could ever have imagined. Wait, wait. I want answers. Don't go away. Talk to me about Martha, please. Martha is dead. I killed her to take possession of her life. I will never find peace for what I have done. I feared that would be the case. And what about Mummy? Mummy is dead. Nobody knows that better than I do, unfortunately. It's useless to try and deceive ourselves. Did I do what I think I've done? Yes, damn it. It really happened. I cut her into pieces and buried her under the bridge. God, all that blood. My God, I knew it. What about Daddy? The soldiers? Did that really happen? It happened. He was shot right in front of me. Fear, pain, shame. I can't remove it. I cannot relive it either. Unfortunately, I knew that already. What about Nanny? Nanny is fine. I don't even want to think that anything bad could have happened to her. Are you sure? That brings me great joy. I'm afraid to ask about Lapo. Lapo is dead. He was blown up by a landmine. He got into trouble and paid with his life. My dear friend. Poor boy. Just as I remembered, unfortunately. One last question. The pregnancy? Martha was pregnant. Her deformed baby died with her. Maybe she was in pain. That's enough now. All of these questions are pointless, aren't they? It's all inside of us. We just need to turn the mirror. Is it not all just the reflection of an unknowable existence? Nothing more than a puppet show. Ready for everything with open arms, even ready to kill. Legs always ready to run. The womb that conceived in sin. Lastly, the mind. To protect us, it has turned us into monsters. Either way, we cannot live like this, can we? I'll take care of it. I don't need to worry. I'll try to sleep if I can. I've got this. the 26th of July, San Casciano was bombed and the church was destroyed. But I was not there then. I was already in the asylum. Once again, stubbornly, I was not dead. The bombs hadn't killed me, and I had also survived myself. The most absurd test and the hardest one. The war ended some time ago now, both out there and inside of me. I was on the wrong side of the gate, but now I can turn that page. Life is opening its doors again, isn't it? If I hadn't been so lucky to survive myself, I would have thrown everything away. We think that danger is all around us, ready to attack. But the more devious and misleading dangers are the ones that are inside of us. They grow without us realizing. They make us suffer, remain confused, and remove our self-respect. I would have wanted to ask for help, but I was alone. This is my story. Thank you for being here, for listening to me. Now I am ready to leave. How long will it take to get home?
Incroyable. J'ai pas les mots. Et une morale de l'histoire à la fin du jeu quand même. Moi pour l'instant il fait partie des meilleurs jeux d'horreur, enfin il fait pas de l'horreur en vrai, mais que j'ai pu jouer en 2022, indépendant bien sûr. Je sais pas s'il y a plusieurs fins, mais en tout cas, cette fin est incroyable. J'ai fini le jeu à 119%. Bon. Très bien. Très bon jeu. Incroyable. Bon allez, je vous souhaite une bonne nuit. Et à bientôt.